friends. Good day, Just Play Game, NVK, Master. How are you all doing? Hope you're doing well. Let's look at the price chart, because that's fun. Honestly, yeah, I know like Litecoin declined a bit today against ETH, against altcoins, against Dogecoin. But I really hate when you like pump straight from the lows right into resistance. Which just seems like most all these coins are doing. It's what Litecoin kind of did back here. Like straight down from the lows right into this cluster of resistance that had capped price before. I wanted to see Litecoin continuously like grind and chop higher through the sell pressure and then impulse kind of like the rest of the market, get a larger green candle above these highs. It's the most ideal scenario, I think, for breaking out of this longer range here that's capped price. So it looks like that is potentially playing out now. Like build a more solid base. Let these other coins run a little bit. And then break out maybe on ETF news or something else where Litecoin can gain the spotlight while these other coins run into sell pressure. TLDR and ENG, it's going to the moon. Yeah, I was thinking either we're gonna break out right now. If this is correct, this like running flat correction. And it does make sense. Like you can see clear 5 ways here, ABC correction, same with here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this is all corrective, ABC, ABC. So if we're done with that, finally Litecoin can have that major move, but it really hasn't had in over 8 years. What's up, Vivaci? We're at 118.24 right now. Although dumping against everything. This LTC Doge chart that I drew here kinda, well, basically retested the lows. Dogecoin is right at the high, so hopefully Dogecoin is gonna run into quite a bit of resistance here. Alright, these prior highs from November. And Litecoin has nothing really if it can break 140. Not much, I don't think. Till all-time highs. Save the hedgehog down. Bro, going sideways for like forever. And I know it's been a meme. I know that conditions people to think this will never break out. And I know we were wrong late last year, thinking this would break higher. But I think with this much compressed volatility for an asset that's, I know it's mocked and people just look at price charts and don't know, but it really is the second Bitcoin chain to be monetized. I don't care about the hype around governments not talking about it or people not talking about it. Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole reason why I'm bullish. Like, the vast majority of the reason. It's because of the discrepancy from what the crowd thinks and what the reality is of Bitcoin and how it actually scales and works. Like, I keep getting a bunch of comments and it's the same thing every time. Like, people think somehow a government's gonna make Bitcoin valuable. That's not true. They're here. That's all just hype. You know, institutions are just speculating. They're not gonna bring about revolutionary change in the market for money. They're not gonna. They're gonna leave. What's up, Sonny? Yeah, it is. I was surprised that name wasn't taken anywhere and the domain wasn't taken anywhere, NVK, because oh, I need to change this live link because my stream keeps dying. Yeah, I'll update that in a bit. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever sell it if I'm gonna continue this. If this succeeds. Yeah, we gotta, well, at least a speculative revolution and a change in narrative. But I've always aligned myself with what I know the potential for this technology is. And it's not like playing pretend like Michael Saylor is. Or telling people to believe just in number go up, even though fundamentally it's extremely speculative and overvalued. BTC is, at least. What's up, Dewey? Wait. What are you talking about, Master? Pull up the Erica link. Is it on X? Or YouTube? Play the 2310. You want this? You know how to turn this on. You just press this button. And then press this button. Alright. Alright, I'll pull it up, Master. Alright. It's on X, Charlie Kirk. 1-1. You guys should be able to see that. It's here? $23.
Under the today's growing up, and this is a really important conversation, Libby, because again, what we're talking about is the Overton window is changing as we speak. People that were cowed by this you're a racist accusation are speaking out for the first time, and you're seeing this with Republicans at the local level.
Oh.
In the South.
1 hour ago. This one? My bad.
Phenomenal ability to people around this will remain, and it will ring out louder and more clearly than ever, and his wisdom will endure. My favorite too, but my husband's favorite word in the English language was earn. He would call all of you to be people of action who earn the future America deserves. So to all of the young people who felt inspired by my husband's faith and hard work, all of you already know what Charlie would want you to do. You know. You know. If you're in high school or if you're in college,
Crazy.
go find...
Well, it is kind of universal. I mean, that is the sort of the essence of America in a way. the ability to just be left alone, earn your, like, you know, produce something of value and be able to live the lifestyle you want, earn it yourself by delivering value to others and having the government protect those individual rights to keep your stuff, that's the whole point. And to me, cryptocurrency is a way to bring that power back to the individual, at least to some extent. It's like governments can impose taxes on other things, but that's the whole point of crypto, is to allow productive individuals to resist taxation and censorship to keep more of what they earn themselves. That's literally the entire value prop of Bitcoin, but it's being marketed and sold as number go up tech, and that somehow it's gonna like merge with the existing financial system, which the monetary system is monopolized by the government, and somehow people think that, you know, these governments are gonna be on their side, but I know for sure that they will oppose it and hate it if it does steal, well, not steal, but it allows people to not be stolen from and keep more of what they earn. If they start running out of money, interest rates rise, people are rejecting their money, they'll use violence. But if individuals can effectively hide, will be like the kind of like the American Revolution, like using not even guerrilla warfare tactics, but kind of in the information age. It's so crazy that he's only 31. I mean, he's like really well spoken. I guess he committed his whole life to this, but way better than me at public speaking. He always seemed older than me. He's like my age, practically. Crazy that someone can get that mad at somebody else. To ruin their own lives. Just to see somebody else go down, that's so weird. Yeah, he was definitely a smart guy. Even though he didn't like go to college and people made fun of him or like tried to discredit him for that. I mean, obviously he was far more skilled verbally than 99% of college graduates. Shut the stream down. Hey, Sonny, there's only 13 people here. We're not, unless there's some Saudi prince billionaire in here that's gonna buy the thesis that I'm putting out. I don't think it's gonna affect price at all. But again, I mean, we just closed the week. Today is Friday. Bitcoin closed basically right at that prior CME gap that it just filled. So I feel like next week's going to be the test. It's right in this area where it's most likely to get rejected. It could sweep these highs and take this liquidity up here first and correct more, or we could just blast off from here. I don't really know. It's hard to imagine for me that Litecoin would get rejected again just because it's tested this level so many times. It's been so long. It doesn't really take that much money, and you have an ETF catalyst coming in like 2-3 weeks. when we've had multiple reaccumulation periods, and this drawdown was far less significant than all these drawdowns, right? Like every time it reached these levels previously, we had 34% drops or more. Had a very shallow correction here. This is all corrective to me. And then much more shallow than before, 15%. And so if we come up and test it again, I think it's going to break through. Honestly, I think this is just 1, 2, 1 and forming a second wave 2 down with this running flat correction off the mid-July highs. Like, we do have a new high in unbalanced volume on the monthly time frame. Like, look at this. Look on monthly on Coinbase volume. I mean, it picks up a ton on the rallies and then declines on the way down. But easier to see on the weekly time frame. Which is suggestive of accumulation. It's not really the same with ETH. I don't know why on-balance volume looks so bad for XRP. It does not look that strong. Came all the way back down to this baseline. No real divergence. Yeah, like the video, guys. Listen to Vivace. Let's check out wave basis for a sec. Real quick. I don't agree with it here. I would put the top of wave 1 here. I'll label this 1, 2, 1, 2. I actually don't think that's very helpful. Yeah, a lot of these are running into 4-hour TD9 cells. I'm sure Doge is too. It's on a daily 9 as well. I really don't like when a coin pumps with all these sell indicators right into higher time frame resistance. This max compression that we saw with Doge is what Litecoin's seeing right now. And it was kind of doing the same thing, right? Not moving with the rest of the market, grinding up against the prior highs, broke through. And then this is when the market kind of started paying attention to it, but didn't take it that serious. And then this is when the mainstream crowd entered, like significantly above the prior all-time high. Consolidation for a month before Elon on SNL and everyone was buying and in anticipation of that. Would expect something similar psychologically with Litecoin. People will doubt this move until it convincingly breaks all-time high, and then everyone will question the Bitcoin only narrative. There's no way Bitcoin fundamentally has room for growth, and then even speculatively, like it's such a large asset, it's not gonna move 10x from here. But Litecoin can move up 10x in fundamental real growth in a month, and 100x in price. Anyone own a Nintendo Switch? No. I stopped gaming a long time ago. Let's check out the transaction stats for Litecoin really fast. Compared to Bitcoin, this is the thing that's should be confusing. I guess median transaction values moved up to about where Litecoin's at. The only real way Bitcoin fundamentally supports this price is if the top 50% of transactions above this $200 median value are really high and they're non-speculative. Like if people are really moving hundreds of millions of dollars daily for real purchases of stuff, then the price might make sense. But I just doubt, I don't think there's that much real world demand above $200 median transaction values for permissionless money. I see like up to 10k, 20k would make sense. But I don't know, I'd bet more on these medium value transactions getting monetized by permissionless money, like $200 to $20,000. There's way more transactions that happen there. And from a cost perspective, relative to security, it just won't make sense to use BTC and pay 1,000 times more in fees when you get basically the same thing. Let's check the low time frame indicators here. Doesn't look bearish at all. To me, it looks like a lower time frame parabolic structure is forming. That's what we want to see. Just chop and grind for another week. And then full send. Right into this pocket of illiquidity where you blow out all the short-term traders. It's gonna be hard holding into 2026. I think this could run until Q2 of next year. It will be hard, especially if Litecoin's pumping massively. I think it was hard for a lot of old Dogecoin holders to, hold, but they would have been far better off holding and selling after the peak than selling after this initial move back to all-time highs. Not saying it'll be like this, but I think Litecoin's fundamental case long term is way more convincing than Dogecoin. And people don't know how to value these assets at all. So I think the 0.25 LTC BTC narrative will come back. Nick, what's up? It's been a while. I don't know. I kind of your technical analysis is way better than mine. But I'm hoping that we continue to chop and grind higher here up into resistance. It's way harder for Litecoin to break 130 if it just pumps straight off the lows or right into that resistance. But I think if we can take out a lot of these sellers through this next week and then get like an ETF news catalyst or whatever it is, just anything. It doesn't even have to have a news event, but more of an impulse from these levels rather than straight into them. I think we'll full send. You can come on here if you want, Nick, and give us your short-term thoughts, because mine are basically I'm leaning more bullish now, the way price is just grinding higher, even though it's moving down against the rest of altcoins. I think all these other altcoins are just sort of pumping off the lows where there's a lot of heavy sell pressure. It's going to be tough to take that out. ETF is supposed to be October, like the deadline is October 2nd for the first one. But you'd expect front running. That can be enough buying pressure given how long price has been consolidating here to break out before. I don't think it takes much money. If price rallies into that rather than on it, I think it'd be more bullish. You'd get Litecoin in the spotlight for a sec right when they turn on that new channel for speculative demand, and the pool of capital that can access Litecoin is just way larger than the small retail demand that's been accumulating Litecoin the past few years. It will take such a small allocation to pump this thing. And I think it's an easier sell to, especially to like older people, because it's been around so long. And the fundamental stats are strong. I just don't know if they have institutional salespeople that actually know what it is. Based on Fidelity's research papers and the other things I've seen, they don't get it at all. But at least they can say it's been around for since 2011, and I think they know that it leads these major payment processors like BitPay and transactions. But this is crazy to me. We're like so close to breaking out and full sending, but Litecoin search interest is a tiny fraction of what it was last December when price was at the same level. Oh, you're watching your niece and nephew. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Where's the US even? The US is 16th in search interest for Litecoin. It's crazy. Venezuela's 8. What is it for XRP? Is it all Western countries? I bet it is. Yeah. Australia, the Netherlands, Ireland, Canada, Finland, Switzerland, UK. Are you guys ready for these to flip? Litecoin is 100x underneath XRP search interest. And I think Litecoin's gonna have 100x XRP search interest by the end of this. The 1000x relative gain. Or 10,000x. Alright, Master, get in here. I'll interrupt you more because you said you wanted me to interrupt. Yeah, so it'll be more conversational. Yeah, it is tough. It's hard to know if alts will pull back with Bitcoin. But I kind of agree. I think I was thinking it would close the CME gap. I know a lot of people think CME gaps are pointless, but it's worked historically, and we just reached that level. So it will be interesting, but I think LTC BTC has decent odds of moving higher. I mean, this structure is identical to Doge BTC. From back here. Go sideways, pump up, take the lows, reclaim that level, and then full send. And this happened late January of 2021, and the market topped like 3 months later. Late January. That was when Bitcoin was pulling back, I guess. Doge started mooning, and Bitcoin was kind of going sideways. It's hard to know. I mean, you have if the ETF news gets announced and it's turned on and Bitcoin is going sideways or slightly down, I don't think it matters. I think once it breaks these levels, then and gets a 50% candle, all the attention will shift. Oh, you're in? Hold on one sec. I think I have to create a new room. Because I don't have access to the old one. One sec. I'm creating it now. I'll send it to you. Once you join, I'll add your screen and mic. What are funding rates looking like? I'm still like relatively neutral.
Yo.
Alright, I can
You hear
hear
me?
you. Yeah, let me add
there?
you.
Hey,
Yeah, can you hear me?
you hear me?
Hold on. I can hear you, but hold on.
Oh, you can. Okay.
I gotta
Oh, good.
add you in here so they can hear you. One sec.
Okay. Sweet. Is there a way you can?
Oh, whoops! I forgot to copy the link, so I copied the wrong one. One sec. It should be on there. Why is it not showing up? Oh, there it is. Okay, let me put yours above mine.
All right.
And
Your
now,
master before you added it. Oh, okay. Now we can't hear him. All right.
you guys should be able to hear him now. Talk,
Yeah, can you
Master?
hear me?
Yeah, it's coming through.
Okay.
Oh, you heard him before? That's weird. I didn't even have him in the scene. You can hear him now, right?
Yeah. Can you
Oh,
guys hear me?
oh yeah. Yeah, they said it's good.
Let me change my. Okay. Give me 1 minute. I'll walk away for a second. Oh. You guys still there?
Yeah, we're here. Your screen's up, so we're good.
Okay. Dude, earlier, listening to Erica Kirk, man, that was so powerful. I can't believe she said that Charlie's favorite word was earned.
Yeah, it makes sense given his
Yeah, but I mean, dude,
stance.
where you are right now, and you picked earned, not gifted. It's kind of wild, dude.
It is a interesting, yeah, like coincidence.
Yeah, it really is. Yep. And I think Charlie started doing all that on the campuses in 2011.
He was so young back then. He must have been like 17
I think he was. I
or
think he was
18.
18,
18. Yeah.
maybe 19. Well, he's 30. Was 31 now. So
Yeah, it would have been 17, 18. Turning 18
yeah,
that year.
18. Yeah. Yep.
Well, it's pretty cool what he did.
I
I
didn't
mean, he
realize.
basically went
I
from
thought he
nothing.
was a little bit older than that. I didn't realize he was just 31.
I know,
I
he
pegged him
seems
maybe like, I don't know,
older.
35 or 38 or something. I mean, he looks young, but yeah.
He looks young, but he's like holds himself pretty well, or he did. And he was pretty
Yeah.
smart, well
Yeah.
spoken, and like professional. So
Yeah.
he definitely,
Clearly had a very good memory.
yeah,
He could
super
recite
good.
stuff very quickly. Yeah.
Good debater.
Anyways, yeah, that was pretty cool. We've looked at this a lot, obviously, but again, I was looking at it a little bit earlier. I already have it kind of pulled up, so I'll just show it again. I posted on X. So let's go look at Litecoin itself from 2017. When you zoom out, it looks like nothing, right? Maybe a little curl up there. But then when you really zoom in on this thing, this structure is nearly identical to what we're seeing now with Litecoin. We should look at Doge too, and maybe you have already if Doge and XRP is similar, but I think you've probably looked at this a lot, haven't you?
What is this from?
You've seen this. It's just the March 2017 fractal. I think it's the same as Doge and XRP, right? Where it kind of pops up and then makes that last dump
Oh yeah,
and then rolls up
this was Litecoin.
once it kind of gets, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it is very
Yeah,
similar. I hadn't zoomed in on that recently, but it is.
I know we've looked at it before. Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
happening on a much longer time scale now than back then. Like
Well,
this is over like a few months, 4
this
months,
would be 4 months. Yeah.
and it's
So
recent.
look at.
That same sort of structure is happening now over
Mhm.
a year. So
Uh, 9 months or something. Yeah, yeah. Well, the market cap's a lot bigger, right?
yeah, I would just
So,
think the move would be more extreme. I've always thought it would be more
oh
extreme in
yeah,
2017. So
yeah. I think it's gonna be. I agree. I think we're gonna get a 2013 move. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Now look at this thing, dude. Like it's nearly the same. This might be a little bit lower here, and I'll paste this here so you can see it. And then let's take the transparency. It's actually pretty dark already. What's going on with it? I mean, look at that thing, dude. Like, dude, that's the same.
yeah, pretty much ripped up from where it is right now. Like if it was going to play out the
Yes.
same.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it's here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's it's close, dude. And it would just go whoop. Full send. And then you zoom out to try and get a perspective to make it look, because remember how small this looks, right? So to make that small again, and it won't even let me do it. Why does it not let me do that? I don't know. I guess because it's not compressed. Yeah, you need to have. I wonder if I throw something else on there. If I threw Bitcoin on there, it might. I don't know if that matters, but let's take a look at it and see what happens here. Right, the same. Yeah. Need to compress it this way, I guess. The weekly. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, so this structure here we just zoomed in on, which looks tiny now, is probably the same. And which would mean you're going to get something just crazy to equal how just the size comparison ratio of the move is not this, right? It would have to be something like, just up into here,
Yeah, you could just copy that
really
fractal, I
compress
guess, and
that.
like stretch it out and see. 'Cause
Yeah,
that
I can
was
do
in a
that. Yeah, let's do it.
much smaller range.
Yeah, let's do it. Probably need to go back to the daily to do it. Yeah, in this move, it kind of did more. It was kind of logarithmic. I don't think it's going to get a move like that. Um, I think what's going to happen though is it'll get the vertical send though. So I wouldn't really get too hung up on the top the way the structure looks. I just don't think it's going to look like that. Just because the spotlight's going to be on Litecoin, there's going to be nothing else that looks like this. There's just nothing. It's going to compare. There's just no way. Extremely unlikely. I'm not sure how to get that much bigger, but you
You
kind
just
of
have
get the
to
idea
keep
that
dragging it down.
is it getting bigger?
I have it
Yeah.
on my screen too. I could show it,
Okay.
but yeah, it
I
gets
almost
bigger
need
if
to.
you keep
I almost
going.
need to just to delete. Almost need to delete. Really, just. But it kind of looks like something like right here potentially. Yeah, maybe you span that out a little bit. So you can kind of get. I guess what you want is really the height. Yeah, there you go. So that's very similar. Yeah, really similar. So yeah, I mean, this would if this played out. Yeah, it's like 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks.
Well, seems crazy, but it's just like if
Well,
if there's zero interest right now and then suddenly it breaks out and everyone wants to own it but nobody has it, that's what will happen.
Yeah, nobody really owns it, you can tell. And this is October 2nd right here, right? So we already know that ETF's coming. That can be a catalyst. You know, and maybe other Fidelity or BlackRocks or whomever else, they all may submit one. ETFs, you never know. So um, something's going to happen. Looks like something's going to pop here, right? And of course, people think it's the news, but it's being whatever it is about to be priced in. You know, and you can see this fractal. It's just so similar. Um, yeah. Let's go look at Dogecoin. I don't know if Doge rolled up like that, but let's take a look. Did you happen to see the Bitcoin dominance charts I posted earlier?
Uh, I didn't see him actually. I don't think. I was
Oh,
like
good.
gone all
Good. We
day.
can go over 'em. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So even Dogecoin, it's just a similar kind of structure. We've looked at this a lot, obviously, because we thought it was going to break out. We thought this was already going to happen in like November, December last year. Um, didn't happen. So same thing. Maybe we'll go back to the line chart for it right here. Same kind of idea where, you know, something like that. Very similar. Yeah, we can even, I mean, if you can zoom in on it. Um, you know, this whole thing was kind of crawling up here, rolling up, but maybe more like this. But really, this man, jeez. Either way, though, it just kept making higher lows with this kind of like final dump, um, where it tried breaking out and it couldn't quite do it. So it's very similar. Rolls up, it's got this like cap, and then punch through. And we go back to Litecoin, um, same structure. Yeah. The question is it does it need to do this and then go, or is it just full send? you know, I think it's full send. I don't think people have much time. Um, when this thing goes. It's going to surprise a lot of people. With the Solana kind of taking off a little bit, I think people are still stuck in Solana or XRP, and they haven't rolled out of those yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of capital that
Oh,
can
good.
rotate and
Still
chase.
there. I had the 3-day earlier.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe Bitcoin dominance
Oh, there we
gets
go.
like a corrective move back up, or maybe it
It's
just
possible in
holds.
the short term.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at that a little bit earlier today. Um, but it's like a gnat, dude. It's just tiny. It's like not even worried. It's something you wouldn't even want to worry about, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be buying. Trying to trade.
Yeah, let's go to like an hour. Yeah, when you're at this top of the range, let's go to the hourly. Let's see if we can see it because it did roll down like pretty drastically, and a lot of times it'll bounce, but it doesn't have to. Yeah, I mean, look at this thing. It's a falling knife right there. Yeah, I mean, look at this. This is just yeah. It can keep going. Sure, it could bounce, but what is it going to bounce off of? I mean, it's not fully vertical yet, but it could. Let's look to the left over here and see. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, it might bounce there. It's possible. Or it just slices through. Yeah, I mean, it's in a downtrend. Let's just add something simple on here just so we can kind of look at the 120 bar. Let's go to the daily. I want to say it's blue. Yeah, it's blue. Yeah. So let me turn this off. So it's not so much shit on there. Let's do this here. Turn that off. What do I have left on here? Oh, this one. Yep. Okay, so this is just a simple moving average. It's just a kind of a good way to see if it's in a bull or bear trend. And when I looked at this today, it kind of jumped out at me that I put these circles over where I thought we were, where Bitcoin was at. It's kind of like a waterfall, right? So it's cups pouring over. The momentum is downward. So this is like spring of 17, where it would be March, April, May ish. And I kind of put the circle right there, right where it really rolled over. And then the same thing here, kind of where that blue starts. And then you can see these downtrends can be pretty violent and really quick. So this is like a couple months, right? 2 or 3 months. And then the whole move itself was, I think, 9 months for this one. And this one was from where it broke down below it on the daily. This is a 120-day moving average. It was it January? Yeah, so 5 months, 4 or 5 months. The alt season there. And then the interesting part is you just draw a horizontal line over here. It lines right up with see where it kind of broke down, where the blue just starts. I don't know if you guys can see that. It might be kind of small, but make it a little bit bigger here. Look at that. Isn't that weird?
Well,
it's the same.
I think because I feel like this Bitcoin dominance chart morphs because it's mainly just like ETH BTC since ETH is so high in market cap.
Yeah.
I feel like even if Bitcoin dominance retraced a bit, Litecoin could still move like 5-6x, and while ETH is consolidating around its all-time high.
Yeah. Well, then that's because Litecoin's what, 0.2%?
Yeah, I mean it moves 10x and it's 2%. It still like barely moves the needle. Bitcoin dominance.
Yeah.
So like ETH could move down,
Exactly.
Litecoin could move up, and Bitcoin dominance could go up, but Litecoin's at $500.
Yeah, that's possible. I don't think that's going to happen though. Maybe get a little bounce or whatever. But when I'm looking at this, the slope of it, the structure, knowing that it's the same time, or it's not same time, sorry, the same percentage at like 63 or whatever. And this blue where it dumps below, it's okay, not exactly the same. It'd be like, and I'm pretty sure this is a straight line. Oh no, there it was. Okay. Yeah, no, it's the same. I had it just not a straight line. Like, look at that, dude. So close. Okay. It would be a little more like this, but it doesn't matter. It's the same percentage. And then it rolled over quick. And you kind of see the slope. See the slope, how it's dumping. I don't think it's like something like right here. Like, look how it's just kind of sideways. And these are kind of shallow. Maybe here. What I'm looking for is maybe like a false move, Maybe it's this. I just don't think you're gonna get that. And the slope is still, we can look at the slope here. So I'm looking at the slope of this, right? Let's say it's like that. Let's go look. I haven't done this, so I don't know what it's gonna look like. Maybe it's the same. Oh, it is. Okay, so we don't know. Maybe it is right here, and then you get a little reprieve and freaks everyone out. I just don't think it's going to happen though, but that might shake out a lot of people potentially. But I feel like Bitcoin is top heavy. Um, it's a crowded trade. I think that that's they're probably not going to be able to escape. Um, so let's
Yeah, I
play
don't know
this out
why
if it
you'd
does look like
buy
that.
something at its most overvalued price in
Yeah.
history relative to its network activity with no clear path for growth, except for more speculation.
Hmm.
And there's already
Yeah.
so many Bitcoin treasury companies, so much leverage that has to
Hmm.
come out. It makes no
Yeah.
sense uh, from a
Yeah.
fundamental like risk reward perspective to be buying Bitcoin here.
Yeah, and even timing wise. Okay, so play this out. Say you are here and you get this whatever. Let's say this does happen like this. This is still just February. Like, okay, 5 months, whatever, you know. Um, the greatest alt season of all time. That would be July, right? So I think you'd want to be positioned into the altcoins. The thing is though you want to be in the right altcoins. Probably 99.99 may not even go up. It's possible. We'll see though. I don't know what's going to happen, but I, I'm in my base case is that we're here and this thing's going to roll over, knowing just ETFs are coming, right? I mean, it's the narrative's there. ETFs for Litecoin, Solana, XRP. All should be approved any day, and definitely by October, most likely. All of them would be approved in October. A Litecoin would be the first, should be the first. The first one is October 2nd. I think the next would be like the 7th or 8th for Litecoin. And then maybe Solana is the 12th or the 15th. And then XRP was like maybe a week later.
Hmm.
Um, so so what I did earlier was I took this kind of move here, if it was the same, and I got November, right? That would shock a lot of people. If Litecoin mooned, into November, I don't think that's the top for Litecoin in November. I think if it gets there, it goes higher. And just because I had, and here's the thing, this is like you said earlier, this is Bitcoin dominance. So if Bitcoin dominance is dropping to 38% and Litecoin takes the share of that, dude, Litecoin is going to 30,000, right? I mean, it's if Litecoin picks up 30% or whatever, that would be 57 minus 38. So like 20%. If Litecoin goes to 20%, oh man, that's what it's gonna do. So that'd be 100x, right? Because it's zero point 0.2. So 100x would be like 10,000. Yeah. So 10,000 by November makes sense. And then then it probably picks up another whatever percentage, probably rolls down into here or something. Bitcoin doesn't have to necessarily stop here either, right? Maybe the narrative that Bitcoin is the king kind of goes away.
It will eventually.
And yeah, and maybe it happens now. And if that were to happen, you have to play out that maybe get something like this. Maybe dominance. I mean, goes down to 24%. It's possible. Um,
I think over the long term, yeah, Bitcoin dominance within the Bitcoin category is gonna go way lower, like against other proof of work
yeah.
competing chains.
Hmm. Yeah,
I just
I
don't.
agree.
It's already moving that way in network stats and real monetization, but
Yeah,
speculative momentum and narrative is keeping BTC artificially elevated.
it really is. It's got that premium.
Yeah, a huge narrative premium.
And that's
But
about to be washed away.
I just don't know why there's like the market's been trained over the last since 2017 really to just follow hype and momentum and just buy
Yeah,
literally whatever coin everyone else is pumping. And it's not thinking about the end user at all. It's the weirdest market ever. It's like I don't know, you look at Steve Jobs' speeches always focusing on the user experience and the end consumer.
yeah.
Right,
Yep.
but somehow in crypto we're all focused on what sounds the best to the speculative market that we're trying to dump these coins on.
Yeah, because they're always like, "What's the narrative? What's the narrative? Is it an AI coin or like fart coin?" It's like so stupid. Oh, an AI created it.
Yeah,
Like
who's
it's
gonna
just
buy
dumb.
this at a
So
higher price
retarded.
from us? That has no use
Dumb
for it.
people.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's no good. It's just complete gambling casino. No utility for the future.
yeah.
Um, yeah, so I turned on. I just colored it white. It kind of reminds you of like maybe a winter. So this might be the winter for Bitcoin in a way, right? Alt season, perhaps. Um, this one was kind of weird, but then it dumped. And then I think you're starting it right now. And look at this. It had no, look at this uptrend that Bitcoin had. Like, it's a drought. Like you would if you're looking at snowpack on the mountains, you'd be like, shit, man. I don't think we're gonna go skiing this year. No snow, like this one you got like an early spring, or early fall snowfall here. I think it's starting to dump. I think it's ready to dump.
Yep.
And it just paints a picture there. I wonder if timing wise, what the timing is on this. I don't really know. Uh, I would assume this time is longer, but maybe not. Yeah, let's just do that. That's fine. Did I do it? No. My mouse has been acting up. I don't know what's up with it. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, so it's definitely longer. Yeah, this would have been, this is kind of interesting. This was the December pump. So there might have been some seasonality to this,
Mhm.
right here. Just a little bit of dominance rolling over in December. I think there was a couple coins that were the winners then, right? Was it XRP was the winner
XRP and Doge really,
in Doge? Okay, yeah.
both on
And
the
then this
back
was
of
this was probably
Elon
this is probably
being
mainly
so.
Ethereum, right? This was mainly Ethereum moving.
Yeah, it was just like to me the rotational trade based on hindsight analysis of what usually happens. People rotate into
Yeah,
ETH. I don't think it was driven by like ETH is. I don't like compared to 2017 or 2021, right? It had ICOs and then NFTs. There's now it has so much competition that it just
let's
don't
look at
see
that.
how
I've looked at
people want
Ethereum.
to buy it. It had no competition early on. It was a new thing.
Yeah, yeah, zero competition. Yeah, maybe Tron or something, but
But those all came
yeah,
like after. Yeah, I don't know. What's about to happen to Litecoin is what happened to like Cardano last cycle or some of these ETH competitors that got a lot of hype. But there's literally nothing else besides Litecoin that has network effects that can
yeah,
compete. Right? It's not as easy to compete on the proof of work decentralized side because network effects take forever to build. You can't just launch a new chain and it does all these things that the centralized gambling market wants. It's like you have to go through this slow period of monetization. Uh,
yeah. The upside on ETH right now is 3 with the model. Earlier, it was hit actually a record before it moved. It was 10 on the model. This just represents upside potential. It's basically price away from the model average. Right now it's at 3. This is the network value stuff. Turn that off. And let's just grab. So with the network value stuff, I'd like to get the ones that are kind of correlated just by the eye. So that one looks pretty good. I don't like that one. I don't like that one. That one's okay. Kind of shows that maybe Ethereum's a little overvalued. So this is the volume, I think, or median or something transactions, USD. I like that one too. Yeah, and that's just like the average. So let's just go with these two. So earlier, when Ethereum rolled down, I was kind of thinking it'd probably continue down, but no, it didn't. But you can see that there's starting to be this gap. There was this gap, and that's how it became 10x undervalued. Dude, come on, mouse. Under the model, and we'll look at this because it's important. Let's do a highlighter. Yeah, so you got this gap here, here, and it's starting to close, but you're at resistance. So I think it's possible that a lot of people might get stuck here. It hasn't really broken the 21 highs, the November 21 highs. So maybe this gap doesn't close. Who knows? Maybe it does. I mean, if it does, then Ethereum would probably head up into the 10,000 to 12,000. So it'd be like 3x where it is now. And what's that going to put it? Like 1.5 trillion, right? So that would eat into Bitcoin's, if that happened, it's possible. And that would eat into Bitcoin's dominance for sure. This is not my base case for Ethereum, though. I think it might get stuck here. So I would look for it to not break through. It's kind of what I'm thinking. And let's just turn off. Let's just go with one of them. I don't know. Let's just go with that one. Let's go with this one. Sure. Whatever. It doesn't matter. They're both the same, basically. Okay, so then maybe you draw something like this, another triangle. Maybe it needs to come back down. Maybe it freaks some people out, or maybe it goes there.
That would be crazy. I kind of lean to the idea that everything is.
Pumping.
Yeah, well, maybe it consolidates and drops a bit, but then pumps to new highs and everything goes up. I think like the Russell's about to break all-time highs, starting to see rotation. Bitcoin dominance rolling over. I just think. Yeah, maybe everything goes into a blow off.
Yeah. It could.
Into maybe Q1 of next year, Q2. I don't know.
Yeah. So we'll take a look at Litecoins. So this was the Ethereum network value model, and then we'll look at Litecoins. Let me just get it so it's the same. So one thing you're going to notice actually that Litecoins, check this. This is badass right here. Look right here. So this blue one, the darker blue, it's at 13.9, and Ethereum's at 12.9. So that means that Litecoin would have a higher price, and I think would have a higher market cap because there's more coins than Ethereum, I think. Or is it the other way? Or is there more? Is there 140? What's the ratio or what's the supply for Ethereum? Is it 140 million?
I don't
remember. I don't remember.
I haven't paid attention to it in a long time.
Oh, I should have looked at the model. I have it in there. 120 million. Yeah. Okay. So there's more. So Ethereum would have a higher market cap still. That's based off today though, right? So what I think happens though is that Litecoin's network value model rolls up, based on, let me go to the weekly so we can do this a little bit better. Oops. Dude, my mouse, it's weird. Okay, there we go. I don't know if the battery's dying or what. Okay. So the network value should roll up some percentage, whatever. We'll just going to grab it just here just to kind of get an idea. Could be more, could be less than this. Okay. Something like this. And so that's why I think that Litecoin will actually surpass Ethereum, because if Litecoin's price goes up, it's going to get a lot of attention, a lot of users, a lot of money is going to flow around. And this would drive the network value model up. We've seen it every time it happens. Well, you can't see because I have it for Ethereum, but every cycle, 2013, 2017, and 2021, Litecoin's network usage compared to Bitcoin has risen, right? And maybe that was based on fees, like you've always pointed out. But either way, it tends to go up when Litecoin's price goes up, which makes sense. So what I'm trying to say basically is that I think Litecoin, even if Litecoin was like 15,000 up here, it should. Okay, sorry, go back, because Ethereum hasn't hit its network value model either, right? So, and I don't know if it's going to. That's what I'm trying to get at. There it is. That's what I want to say. That perhaps that maybe Ethereum's network value model does rise, but it doesn't get to it, because let me turn off Ethereum, because the point I'm trying to make is that it doesn't have to go there. It doesn't have to go there. Just because it's undervalued by 3x, like that's actually not very much at all. It may not be enough for a justification for it to get up in there. Let's go to Litecoin. Let's go to Vantage right here. Yeah. So, oops. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there you go. What's this one? Oh, it's Ethereum's. Turn that off. Okay. You know, this thing has an upside of, I don't know, you can do the math, whatever, 13 divided by, yeah, so it's 100 some x, 120x. See, 120x really can drive capital into it because of the upside potential, right? So this chain can carry a heavy load of users and wealth dumping into it, and really just achieve where it's probably going to go.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the potential here is just massive when you compared it to Ethereum. Ethereum was only 3x, so it just makes more sense. You know, because as Ethereum was at, let's add it back on here. Ethereum was at resistance, and sure, it can break through, of course. You know, let's do that right here. There you go. Yeah, let's go. Let's make this a different color. Let's go to white. So what I want to show here is this, that Ethereum is at resistance here, okay? And this structure doesn't, it rolled down. It kind of nosedived, so it looked like you should probably throw a bid at it, which is what happened, and it got rotation. And we're probably also in the cycle where it's like, yeah, we know we're in all season, so good risk to reward. You know, and there was a large fall. There was a large, you know, influencer that's got like this just log chart. You know, he's like, he says Ethereum had to go home. You know, that was his kind of marketing strategy. I don't know how it looked, but it's something like this, right? So it kind of went down into this. Was it like 1,500? Yeah, so 1,500 or so. Had 1 million followers. It has been pretty spot on with his analysis, mainly just focusing on Bitcoin and Ethereum, you know, and that carries a lot of weight when you've been right for a little while. People like to follow that, and they will absolutely move their money accordingly, you know. So, and this is a real steep uptrend, like super steep.
Yeah.
Actually, very powerful. I mean, this was quite the move, especially since it cleared here
It's just there's not much
pretty
compressed
convincingly.
volatility there. This range is so
No,
large that you're not gonna get like
yeah,
massive expansion to the upside.
correct,
And I think
exactly. So yeah, maybe it's
again,
if you
it
get
just
that.
has so much competition. The
Mhm.
fundamental case for ETH is hard to bet on when you have all this big money like pumping Solana still, trying to
Oh,
get
what
a
does
better
Solana look
Ethereum.
like?
So it just,
Look at
there's
Solana.
so much competition on that side of the market,
Uh-huh.
both in speculative demand and fundamental transactional
Oh,
demand.
same with Solana. Same with Solana. Look at that. Right up into resistance, you know? And here's the, oh, you know what we're looking at before? Well, check this out. Hang on, let's go back because we looked at this once before. Yeah, check this out. This is cool. Let's get rid of this. So let's look at Sol USD. Oops. Okay. Let's do, I don't know. Not Binance, right? Yeah. Okay. And then here. Yeah, so this is kind of weird. You see that right away?
They have the
Looks the
same
same.
chart, yeah.
Really, I mean, Solana's still up in here, but it's kind of similar. Let's turn this off real quick. Let's turn this off here.
It is.
Let's
Solana just
grab
had
it
a
like
more intense
this.
drawdown after that huge run up in 2021.
Mhm.
I think proof of work dominance will eventually come back. I think like this market is weird right now, but the casino has been mainly built on proof of stake platforms.
Shit. Yeah, it has been a built on
It's
proof of
weird,
stake.
like
Yeah.
Bitcoin has this huge spread between like Bitcoin and all the competition, all the competing chains, but then
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Proof of
Ethereum
stake doesn't.
doesn't. Yeah. And it's partially because there's been so little demand for Bitcoin monetarily relative to all the random gambling that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But it should shrink similar to, you know, ETH dominance versus, I wonder what ETH dominance is compared to all its competition. Like how much of the market share does it own versus Bitcoin
Uh,
against all the
we can
proof of
probably
work
just take a
alts.
look at it real quick. There might be a way to do proof of stake in a filter. Let's look.
If you combine the market cap of like Cardano,
Yeah. Okay.
Solana,
So
Sui,
567, 131 is Solana. So that's what, a quarter?
yeah.
Damn. BNB, I would probably do the same. Yeah. So that's 250. So half.
BNB is kind of an exchange. I don't know. I guess they have that smart chain thing that.
You know, it's an Ethereum chain. Like, yeah. So Dogecoin. Tron, you'd have to consider that.
Yeah,
So it's
Tron's
like
good based on
280.
the. Yeah.
So
Cardano.
the Cardano 33. So it'd be like 300,000 and you're at 560. And then Sui is kind of small, so 13. So dominance, I guess if you were to add all that up, let's just say it's 1 trillion, it's about 50%,
Yeah.
right? So in Bitcoin's around what, 60%.
Well, way higher
Actually kind of,
compared to proof of work alts. Like you have to take out
oh
ETH
yeah.
and.
Yeah. You're right.
So
Yeah.
Bitcoin dominance really against its competition is
This is
like
41.
90, but Doge, yeah. It's
Yeah.
like Litecoin, Doge, Bitcoin Cash. Those are like the competing
And those
chains.
and those and cash, Bitcoin Cash sucks. So
Well, in
Doge and
Dogecoin, it's
Litecoin,
very little adoption, so it's like
yeah.
it's
But
so
we probably
extreme,
see it
right?
as maybe the third chain potentially. Yeah,
ETH
it is 8.
dominance
Yeah, it's 9.
is 50%, and Bitcoin
Mm-hmm.
dominance against proof of work competition is like 90 plus,
90. Yeah.
more than 90,
Yeah.
right? Like 2.3 trillion
Yeah.
versus less than 100.
Yeah. Yeah, less than 100. Exactly.
Plus
Yeah.
50.
Yeah. So it's 95% or something, right?
Yeah, and it will move way further down as if these get monetized. It will be probably similar to
Yeah.
ETH dominance or less.
ETH. Yep, exactly. So then that means that these other chains need to get up into the trillions, basically. Yep, which makes sense. Makes sense. Litecoin's going to a trillion market cap this cycle. That's what I think is going to happen. Trillions. Yeah, so this, like, check this out. So very similar. Look at that fractal. Like the height, the drawdown. And then if you even pulled this over, look how similar that run up was. Like, the other thing with this though is, so let's just add, and I've noticed it for a while. I know you looked at it too. If you look at, let's just do this, move it to the left here, new left scale, and then we'll put this one up here. So what I kind of noticed was that, see how Litecoin in 2017 rolled over here. I want to grab something like this. Yeah. Okay, so it kind of rolled over like that in this structure, and then had like this is on the weekly, had like a little parabolic top, and then it did have another one here, like a blow off, right? Complete blow off. So keep that in your mind, and then let's go look at Solana here. Kind of similar. Oops. You see that?
Yeah.
Kind of similar. So it would kind of basically just roll over like this, and then here's that little mini. Here's the mini one, the first one, like that. We could probably just draw it a little bit better so you kind of see it, but whatever, maybe something like that. And then, maybe it is getting this final blow off, which could be stuck here. It's possible. Or maybe it pokes up, maybe it goes a little bit higher because, Litecoin did do that. So it's possible Solana does. I don't know. Maybe it does catch up to Ethereum. Who knows? I don't know. Kind of weird though. Real similar. Let's put this back. Maybe we can see it a little bit better. Day scale. Yeah, it's just, it kind of looks like it though. Yeah, it really does. Yeah, shit. If that's the case, this thing would probably, yeah, maybe it does go into the 500s. Yeah. That's 2x from here though, right? So risk to reward's terrible, I think. Just because Litecoin has been so undervalued this cycle, so I mean, Solana's maybe looking for 2x, 3x, while you have something over here like Litecoin that's sitting on over 100x potential. And we've already shown multiple ways, just using previous cycles, fractals, and even the network value models. And these models are what it's currently doing. This isn't forecasting anything. This is what it's currently doing against Bitcoin, right? So the blue represents Litecoin's network growth against Bitcoin. It is an equivalent Bitcoin price, so it is somewhat influenced by that, but it still is rising against Bitcoin. And historically, highlighter, price has been pretty close to it. Slightly under. This is a log chart, so it is a little bit under it. But here it was actually lived right in it. So in the past, it's been equivalent to that before in 2015, 2016, right? In a bear market. Okay. So then it starts to diverge here, it really starts to really diverge like this, you get this massive divergence here, the opportunity.
Yep.
And
Yeah, it's funny when we say Litecoin's the biggest threat to Bitcoin maximalism, and everyone just kind of laughs.
yeah,
But it is
yeah, I don't
true.
see it.
Uh,
It is true, yeah.
it
Mhm.
is
I don't
true.
use Bitcoin.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't use Bitcoin.
a lot of
Like,
people
I
don't.
sold my Bitcoin.
But people just look at. I think price is so convincing for
It
99% of
is
people.
99. Yeah, absolutely, dude. It really is totally convincing. Um, especially when, I've made these calls for so long and been wrong. But the thing is like, you never know when it's going to exactly happen. This thing has been so primed and undervalued that it's worth just building a position, right? And it's a better money. When you look at the protocol level of Litecoin versus Bitcoin, it's just better. Like Litecoin's better on a lot of different aspects of it. And this thing can, Bitcoin can move, a couple $1,000 in a day. Litecoin could just God candle up, right? I mean, we saw wherever the Walmart news was. I don't even know, probably here somewhere. Maybe it's here or something. I don't even remember when, but like I remember looking at the computer going, wait, what? Like price was, I don't even remember, 200 or something, 300. And I thought it was a fluke. And everybody believed the Walmart news because it actually made sense. Like, oh, okay, well, I mean, it would make sense that Walmart would do that. I mean, they would pick Litecoin and pick Bitcoin or pick Litecoin. It's like if they pick Fartcoin, then you'd scratch your head, right? Or if they picked um, I don't even know, just some other meme coin or something, it wouldn't really make sense. But Litecoin just made sense, and you just never know when that could
Well,
happen.
yeah, and you
Like
could,
this,
if any like world catalyst that spurred demand for permissionless money happened, Litecoin would be the primary beneficiary. So it has been relatively undervalued. I thought Bitcoin demand for Bitcoin as money would increase faster, and that's why I was more bullish on Litecoin. But it really
yeah,
didn't
it
move
really
at
hasn't.
all in the last 7-8
Mhm.
years, which was surprising to me.
It
That
is surprising. Yeah.
there were so many people marketing adoption or trying to push for it, and it went nowhere
Mhm.
for 8 years. And so Litecoin just
Yeah.
grew a lot slower as a result. But it's still like 10x the growth of Bitcoin adoption in the
Yeah.
last 5 years.
4 years or something, 3 years. Yeah,
Yeah.
4 or 5 years. Yeah. Hmm.
But nobody noticed. That's what's
No.
the weirdest thing to me, because everyone's watching this market, everyone's trying to make money. They see an opportunity, and the network with the highest adoption
Hmm.
is totally ignored.
Ignored.
It's crazy.
Yeah. It makes no sense, man.
Like they don't, I guess they think, uh, I
Yeah,
don't know
there we
what
go.
people think,
Look at
honestly.
that. Yeah, I don't either. I watched the stream that you and I did because I've never really drawn this out before. Maybe I have, but compared. The idea here is that Dogecoin was undervalued and it closed the gap. It switched. So Litecoin was near its model, and then Dogecoin was away from its model, and the incentive drew too great, where the value was just so undervalued that it pulled up into its network value model and was realized. And at that time, it switched. So this gap was here. This was here, and now it's here. And the weird part was when I was watching it, I rewatched it. It was like this part when I took that from up here. When I took this, I just loosely drew this again,
Mm-hmm.
and I put it down here. It's like the same. It's weird. So maybe there is something to this. And everybody's in this Doge trade. It seems like there's still a lot of people in the Doge trade. If that's the case, that means that we're in this topping area here for Dogecoin, and maybe Dogecoin. Oh, you know what? Check this out. See this kind of like second little move that Litecoin had? What if that's what Dogecoin is going to have? See that? A lower high. Who knows? Maybe it comes up into here. It does look a little bit better, this structure. Because this one kind of rolled over and then dumped really hard and then never made. Yeah, it dumped again. This one just looks pretty this looks pretty bullish to me. So maybe this gap doesn't exist for Dogecoin. And maybe both Dogecoin and Litecoin kind of move up. Even if, let's say, Dogecoin did kind of come up near its network value model, it's like maybe a buck or two, because it is rolling up. You can see it rolling up here. The network value model, though, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit higher here. But okay, so even if you think Dogecoin is going to go up, it's 28 cents, and the network value model is like $1.50. What is that? 4 or 5x. So let's just call it 5x. Okay, so let's say it's 5x. 5x on Litecoin puts it at 600, like right here. It's like, all right, okay, 600. So basically, you're going to leave all this on the table by holding Doge because you think you like, I don't know why you would own it over Litecoin, but you're leaving all this on the table. Like this is massive. You're leaving, I don't know, let's just be fair. Let's just grab where it is right now. 13,000 minus what, 800. So you're like, let's just say it's 10,000. You're leaving $10,000 potentially on the table by owning Doge. It's not going to do nothing like this. I don't think it is. Could it? Yeah, maybe it does. Its network value could rise. Maybe they both go up together. But again, the upside here is not, the potential on Litecoin is so much bigger. And then taking just what we've seen before with these structures, how they compress. I mean, this thing has been compressing. Even if you go back in time, that's how big it is. It's like it's triangles and triangles here. And this is an ascending triangle. So it's still at the range lows being accumulated here. It hasn't even broken up. Like it hasn't even got up here yet. Like this is when it gets fun, up into there, and then it breaks out of this structure, this huge triangle, and that's just when it goes vertical, So
Yeah.
I think we're going to see something above 30,000 is my targets. Maybe something as extreme as 84,000, depending on what happens with narratives if they come out. Maybe we'll see 84,000. So my base case though is like 31 or so. And the reason I say that, I just take where we're at now times by 2. So 13 times 2, 26,000. I think it's going to be around 15,000 times 2, 30,000, 31,000. Somewhere in there for the top, right? And the other thing was that I know you and I looked at yesterday, whenever it was, 2 days ago. This was also another fascinating thing. And I'll just show it again because I think it's super interesting. When you take, and the other thing I want to remind people who are in here is that Doge and Litecoin, they share the same security model and the same ASIC hardware, the script, the script devices, and they don't compete with Bitcoin. They can't. This script miners can't mine SHA-256 coins, and SHA-256 can't mine the script coins, right? So they're completely separate, unique, independent systems. They have completely separate security models. I mean, not security model, same security model, but different infrastructure, mining devices, so their security is, you can almost compare them 1-to-1. Like they're both secure in their dominance. One may use more power, so you could say that it's definitely probably more secure in that sense. And also that there's probably more mining devices, but they're both secure.
Yeah, I always think of
So
security as, like, I think about security the same way I think about physical security, right? There's a level at which is sufficient and what I'm willing to pay for, depending on what I'm securing. And then anything above that is just unnecessary. Like I'm not gonna pay Brinks trucks to send my paycheck to my house or whatever. I think
it'd be stupid.
it's a waste of money. And that's how I think you have to think about Bitcoin security. But all the speculative people just say, oh, it's better because it's more secure, but don't realize that transactors eventually have to pay for all that security at some point. And
that's what I was gonna do.
and then when that's realized, the market should think harder and figure out what Bitcoin's actually used for, BTC is actually useful for, and what it's not. And it will operate probably, if it succeeds, within like a very narrow value range, and Litecoin will operate in a different value range. And I think they'd just like settle out over time at maybe similar market caps. Or unless Bitcoin, like the threat to BTC, I think is that it's been so speculated on to the max extreme that all these speculators congest it, and just the chain gets sharded away and nobody uses it anymore after they migrate to something else.
Yeah, that could happen
and all
too.
Those rich people with billions of dollars.
They're not playing that out.
Yeah, they're not thinking about. They're just assuming BTC is going to be adopted by governments or whoever, and the security model actually is irrelevant. It's just going to be like this random coin, meme coin that's backed by the government, and you don't even need security because the government's going to protect it for you. Like that's kind of the argument. So it's like, there's no point of even using Bitcoin. Just invent a new fiat currency and let the government protect it.
You could do that.
That it's so weird. It's just like assumed like Bitcoin doesn't even matter to them. It's just a meme. That's what's frustrating to me. Is I have to assume it works and it's adopted for the reason that is intended, that the security model actually allows for, and then play that out of what happens, if it works. First of all, is it possible? Yeah, it is. How likely is that going to be demanded in the future, given our current macroeconomic situation? I think high. And if it succeeds, what's going to happen? You're just going to get multiple Bitcoin chains. And there's no other way around that. It's happening. It's crazy that it's happening now when there's very little monetary demand, and that will just happen at such a greater degree if we move into the world that a lot of the maxis believe we're heading into. It baffles my mind how they don't see it. Like, why would the trend stop here? It would accelerate. I don't know. Maybe it's just religion, or who knows? Price momentum.
Yeah. So I like to think backwards when it comes to maybe like what the bear market would look like, and to get up into this. Stay up into this blue network value model, just taking the top of Dogecoin, because notice here, it does look a little bit different. I'll show you what I mean by that here in a second. But so kind of came back down, it dropped 90% or something, right? 75 cents, whatever it was, 75, something like that, down to 6 cents. Okay. And let's delete that and delete this so you can see it. Everyone can see that. the thing that's a little bit different with Litecoin is that its network value model has been kind of in an uptrend where Dogecoin was more sideways going into its bull market expansion. So this this is even more explosive, right? Because it's even more divergence. But I just grabbed the top, right? I scaled it exactly here, so it's scaled the same, and I threw it up there, right? So it's exactly the same here. Should be wherever you line it up. Yeah, it's exactly the same. So let's put it back like that. And this should correlate with right where that blue was. You can see it. Yeah, see it's right the same. See? So it's the same. And it would look like this. And this is where people are going to lose their minds if this happens. This is, I don't know, 81,000 or whatever it is, right? 81,000, 84,000, somewhere up in there. 80,000. Doesn't matter, right? It's just really high. Now, 84,000 sounds crazy. I know, because it would give it a higher market cap than Bitcoin. Kind of crazy. Okay. And you play it backwards. Then you say, well, if you're going to get a 90% drop from an $80,000 move, where do you end up? You end up at around 7,000. Okay. And 7,000 times 3.83 is, I don't know, 25,000, something like that. So a $25,000 equivalent to a $100,000 Bitcoin kind of makes sense. Like it's not even a far, that's not even a far stretch. Part of me thinks that this is actually higher, right? Like this is actually higher. Okay. Like maybe the bear market's 10,000, 13,000. Oh man. So yeah, it's could be a big ass number, man. Like really big, really big.
It's so hard to
It's
project
not,
price targets for me
it
because
really is.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The way I have to think about it is, okay, I think the size of this bubble, and I said this like even 6, 9 months ago. I thought we were always going to enter a mania similar to 2017. Stocks
Mhm.
are performing a lot better
They are.
than they
Yes.
were in 2021. It seems like it's heading into a blow off. There
Yes.
will be a lot of capital that rotates in the crypto market if they get
Lots of
momentum.
capital.
So I
Lots of
think the
capital.
scale, that's like the biggest multiplier is uh, the scale of this financial asset bubble. I think
Hmm.
crypto's narrative will make sense, right? Like it's at least the
Yeah.
proof of work side of this market, right? You already see gold and silver kind of rallying on
Oh, that's
similar like
weird.
macro
Fractal.
fears. So anyways, that
Hmm.
that that to me is the most important thing, and then the relative like sentiment shift that is possible if people figure out the truth of how Bitcoin is likely to be monetized in the future, right? Everyone just assumes it's BTC only, so they have this future value of Bitcoin. What is Michael Saylor's like 13 trillion or something, or it's 30 trillion
15
over?
million,
Yeah, some
30
crazy
million.
number.
Yeah.
But it's like if
Yeah.
it's actually
30 million.
adopted as money and it takes up a significant uh, market, like it takes a significant percentage of the market share for global money, and it doesn't scale. So the the most logical conclusion is another Bitcoin chain fills the gap, or multiple do, and the only one positioned to capture that demand and
Yeah.
network effects is
It's
LTC right
likely.
now. So it would
Yeah.
change the mental model of people's like future value calculations for um, the Bitcoin
For Bitcoin, right?
sector,
Yeah.
like which includes LTC. And I think you'd want to buy the undervalued thing, and it can push it up, yeah, to crazy numbers like 0.25, especially if it's in a blow off where we see fee levels get to new all-time highs, like $500. Because then it would pass Bitcoin,
Hmm.
and it's rallying in
Yeah.
price, and people figure it out. That's what I always thought would happen. It's like those sequence of events. And then speculation, given the size of this bubble, yeah, would push it there. I don't know. You have so many on ramps now. It's like listed everywhere.
Yes. Yeah.
And then you have
Everywhere.
institutional money involved. So you have this like supply dynamic where it's very illiquid. There's just no attention. So it can go from zero attention to wow, the most dominant Bitcoin chain or the second. And people can do these relative valuation comparisons and get to like a 0.25 target. Take it pretty close to there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So those are the things. I think you need the macro environment that's conducive for like high amount of speculation. You need people to understand the future we're heading into, which I think they can get to. And then eventually the market gets to the truth of the like underlying fundamental dynamics of Bitcoin. Because it is a huge opportunity, right? If Litecoin, I really do believe Bitcoin can succeed, and if it succeeds at the scale that any of these maxis imagine, it's just Litecoin's going to take up most of Bitcoin's market share. It's these two networks are likely to converge in network activity and price. So it's a huge opportunity if you have that long-term view. Like, who cares if it drops, if this is really going to be a dominant money in the future? This is the way it works. Yeah, buying Litecoin at 0.0, like 1,000 to 1 BTC has 250x upside at least.
Yep. Yep.
So that's why I've never strayed away from this, because I've always thought super long term and saw the opportunity. I know these speculative casino coins can pump massively, but they're worthless eventually.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't take the risk. I just have to wait for a period of time.
Yeah.
And I have a favorable risk
I can wait
for 200.
And I can
upside.
Yep. And you can dollar cost average at the accumulation lows. Like,
It's
it's
just
kind of a no-brainer.
I don't get why nobody sees it that way. They all expect a 50 whatever
It's odd.
trillion dollar market
Yeah.
for BTC, but don't talk about competition when obviously if you look at the network stats, it's working towards that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think people just look at historical references, like what happened with gold, and governments effectively captured it, and they're going to do the same for Bitcoin. So let's just bet on BTC meme coin. And,
that makes sense. Yeah.
But
that's the reasoning for it.
Yeah, I just go in circles thinking about why people can't see it.
Yeah, it is odd. The stock market, the S&P, the S&P just, I mean, I haven't looked at this in a while. You see this same little structure, boom, boom. Clearly that was a V recovery here. Let's just do this here so you can see it. This is 08, 09, this is 09. And then we did it right here. Okay. And notice how it comes out of it. It's like nice gradual log move. Same thing's happening here. Like, look at that thing. So similar. So similar. You know, and this move here puts it up into here. So it's kind of why I have these kind of dying out Q1 26, right? So maybe that's when they cut rates. When the rates are, starting to have to be cut is in Q1, Q2 of next year, February, March. That's when Powell leaves. So maybe we front run it. Maybe the market goes crazy now through March. So maybe September starts it. Well, it looks like it's already started, obviously, but maybe we do get a 0.5 rate cut next week, and then the market just continue. It's already kind of continuing. It looks like this is a nice candle here. This is on the weekly. Yeah. So that was already a pretty big candle in the weekly here, and it kind of broke it. I mean, it's still kind of the same structure, but that's the move above the previous one's pretty high. Well, I guess this one was pretty high too, June of 25. So it's staying the course. From previous rallies, he could even get up into the 6 or 7, the highs, the 7,000 here. So I think we will be at 7,000 by March of next year. Yeah, we should be at 7,000 by March. Okay, so we want to make sure we're looking at M2. I mean, I just like to look at it, I guess. And the thing that we've been looking at for a while, yeah, I still have it drawn here, it looks like. So like this, yeah. See how similar that was? This dip here playing out just the same. So weird and so this would be like the .com. This is the .com bubble, basically, .com, and then this would be the AI bubble. AI, and AI is so powerful, right? It's probably the most powerful tool I've ever used in my life. So, yeah. Another thing we could do here is, by the way, this is just fascinating. You look at this structure here; it's so similar. Yeah, we can just draw like a channel here. Let's just see how this looks. Yeah, I mean, look how close that is. So, but what I wanted to do was just grab this thing like that, paste it. Did I grab it? Oh, it's there. Where is it? Oops, there it is. You kind of need some music playing.
I thought I did. I thought there was music on here.
Oh, is there? Maybe there is.
It's maybe you can't hear it. Unless you're clicked onto the stream.
Oh yeah, I'm not on the stream. Okay, let's line this up real quick here. Let's take a look at this. Let's go like that. What? I don't know why I did that.
No, it's probably
like
too loud.
this.
Let me know if that music's too loud.
I can't hear. I kind of wanted it for myself, so I can hear something.
If you
I
turn
just don't
on
like
the
the silence.
stream, well, I guess you'd hear your own voice echoed back.
I could do it.
Doesn't.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. That's weird. That sounds weird. Okay, so anyways, back to this. Let's just put that fractal right on there. Damn near the same. So you play this out. When did they cut rates? Let's see. Oh, I don't even know what they did in 01. Fuck, I don't even remember, dude. I was thinking more like 07, 08. Yeah, they raised them because I bought my house June of 07, right when rates were like max. And then they dumped, but I refinanced. But still, I remember that. Okay, so this fractal is oddly similar right to front. Like, look at that thing. So that would put us at a top 26 September of 26, and then roll over February 27. It doesn't have to play out the same, but gives you an idea that this could run a lot longer, a year or so. And then this is so here's the weird part. So when you think about this is S&P divided by M2. So if M2 grows, this would dump. And if the S&P went down and M2 stayed, it would still look like this. Right? So it's a weird thing to think about. So if they printed a bunch of money and the stock market could still stay here, and this would go down. And if the stock market, if the M2 stayed the same and the stock market just went down, then it would look like this also. So there's kind of two scenarios
I think it'll
where
peak in real
probably,
terms at some point, even when they print a lot of money. Like, if it does rally up there,
yeah.
which is a long way to go.
Well, real terms, yeah, real terms, it would, I mean, according to this, it would be September of 21. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of like which would be better. I don't know the answer. Would you want the stock market to stay the same and then print a bunch of money, or would you want the stock market to fall and have them not print a bunch of money?
I mean, I don't think
Probably,
there's any good ending to this. I think it's gonna.
yeah, yeah,
I think the inevitable conclusion is they have to print a lot of money. People realize it. They don't want to hold bonds anymore.
yeah,
Interest rates rise and
yeah.
financial assets fall. So like bonds fall, financial assets fall. Like the only thing that holds value is either money, new money that gets adopted in place of the old, or like real assets, like that you can actually use. It'll be hard. I think it's gonna be a
Yeah.
really
Ugh.
difficult time to invest. It always has been in periods of financial crises. No, there's not many investments that really perform well. Maybe like defensive stocks, agriculture,
Hmm.
commodities,
Yeah,
like food and energy stuff.
yeah, yeah.
Well, John Kim retweeted my higher video. That's cool.
Oh, really? I chatted with him just for a second today. Well, on DMs.
That's cool. I've like never interacted with him online.
Yeah, I usually don't either, but that was the first time I've DM'd him in a while. Maybe since when Ben got injured, was the first time in a while. But yeah. Uh, yeah. So look at rates. If rates are here, and I haven't done this probably in like a year or something, but we could play this out. If rates are something like this, then maybe something like that. Hasn't broke down yet. That's that. Let's get rid of this. And then this was COVID, right? Oh no, this wasn't COVID. This was 2019. This was Trump. Yeah, this was Trump. See, the same thing's playing out with Trump. Kind of odd. So Trump was elected. He got in November of 17. Is that right? Or was it 16? No, January of 17. Yeah, duh. Okay. He came in January of 17. He came in here. Yeah, I remember that. It was so weird when Trump, because remember we were before that was Obama, and rates were like rates were what, zero, basically. They were really low, and then I remember like Trump getting in office, and I was like, what the heck's going on? Why did rates during that whole time, like before leading up to the election, rates were rising? I don't really know why that was happening, but it did. And then remember, I think Trump was even arguing then about rates needed to come down. And then they did due to COVID, right? So it's almost like they knew they had this capacity here, because this gives them the ability to what would you call it? I can't think of the word right now. Shit. I don't know. Juice the market, whatever, something like that. I can't think of the term right now. I'm tired. Either way, it's like they had this available, right? So it was actually a godsend that they had the capacity to do that, to change the rates. They have that now, right? Very similar. So kind of interesting. But this time though, stock market is at crazy historic all-time highs, back to the .com bubble. The other thing is that rates have historically been up in this level, so it was really only when Obama was in office when they really lowered it. and they really juiced the market. I think even when Clinton was there, because Clinton was here, what was the rates? 4 or 5? Yeah, okay. And this is when, yeah, the .com was when they dropped it to 1, yeah, under 1, raised it back up. This was the '08 crash, and then after, so the '08, that's when they just tanked it. And that was during Obama, because Obama was, when did he get in? '08? Yeah, he got in like right when it crashed, if I remember correctly. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. To me, it seems like equities.
They have capacity. They have a capacity to. They have a capacity for a crash, is what they have, which is good in that sense. So,
Well, equities broke out. Like if you just look at a long chart, it looks like it's breaking into a
What?
blow off top, like the S&P 500.
for what?
Looks kind of
Oh,
similar
S&P?
to the end of
Yeah.
2017 to me.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It wanted this parabolic.
What?
There you are.
Yeah, why?
I'm taking Kinsley.
Oh,
No, the Vermont's meeting at the front.
Kinsley? Oh, Kinsley is?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm excited.
Okay.
Most of the rest of
Okay.
You gotta go, Master.
Yeah, I'm back.
Or-
So,
okay.
oh no, I'm good. Yeah, something happened, but I'm good. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. We still haven't seen the rotation from equities into crypto to the extent that we've seen it previously.
Yeah.
But it kind of reminds me of 2017, the final stages from like when it broke up in like September of 2017. If you look at the S&P 500.
You're talking about the S&P?
I can pull up my chart
Okay.
real quick if you
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead. Yeah.
Alright, let me show you. Not gonna be
Okay.
exactly the same because I feel like this is the I feel like this is the end of this will be the end of the cycle that started in, I don't know, some people say back 1980, but really since the first round of QE in 08, 09. But yeah, in 2017 equities, like S&P, it seems like it continuously sort of like rolls over. The same sort of topping structure happens a lot, but in October 2017 it actually broke here, retested, and then went into this blow off. And it kind of feels like that's what's happening again just recently.
Can you share your screen in the Ninja?
Oh yeah.
There's a big delay of like, I don't know, 20 seconds.
Yeah, let me see. I think
Why is there a delay? Is that is there a delay? Is it something YouTube dub, or are they like actively watching the live streams to make sure nothing's said or done, or what?
no, there's always a delay in live streaming. I don't know exactly why. It's partial.
It's pretty extreme though. Like this is a big delay.
Like 20 seconds. Dang. I don't know. I put it on low latency. I was having issues with like not being able to stream in 1080p.
Maybe you control that.
You can't. You can do ultra low, but then your stream can lag, and my stream was lagging for a while. So I just clicked low latency,
Okay.
but not the most extremely low you can do. How do I even enable video here? I forgot.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Video source. Oh, it says has this just blank. How do I just put it as the screen?
Yeah, I still don't see it, so
Yeah, I know.
I see my
I
own.
added it last time.
Yeah. Yeah, you've had it before.
Do I
Not
have
visible. It
to
says director not visible. Visible? Not visible.
add it through OBS or something?
Maybe I have to stop sharing. Let's try that. No.
Why can't I?
Huh. Oh.
I don't know. I don't see anything to add my. Sure, maybe someone in the chat can help me out.
You gotta figure. I can't even hear you anymore.
You can't hear me? Hello? Hello? Weird. Can you hear me now?
Are you still there? Maybe you lost your audio.
Shows it coming through on
Yeah,
this
you're over here.
stream. Can you hear me now?
Are you still there?
Yes. It's showing audio source as coming in.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo. What the hell? Maybe I have to leave. One sec. I'll just create a new one. My audio is like freaking out when I go into this software. What the heck? This is so weird. I don't know if it's gonna work, Master, if you're even in here anymore. Yeah, he just couldn't hear me through the that room we were in outside of OBS. One sec. Alright guys, I guess Master's not coming back. I might have to restart my computer later. My audio did start freaking out when I was in that room, like it was coming through my headphones all buggy. But I was trying to show last time the S&P kind of broke out of this linear trend, uptrend on the log chart and moved parabolically. The last time this really happened was near the end of 2017 in October. And we are kind of doing that just recently. Right, instead of getting trapped at this resistance, it broke through. So this can accelerate. Maybe retest. And enter blow off. Never did that in 2021. I don't know, I haven't been paying too much attention to equities lately. But there's definitely a lot of money that can rotate into the crypto markets. If we get a breakout, that'll attract a lot of capital. Yeah, guys, thanks for coming. I'll probably end it here. What I had been thinking since I started streaming a couple weeks ago is that Bitcoin would move back up here at least to close the CME gap, and I think this next week's kind of a moment of truth. If it can break up higher here, I do think that Litecoin will likely get our high time frame breakout finally. It makes sense in the timing window of ETF approval in a few weeks. And so even if Bitcoin breaks up and then gets rejected and consolidates more, Litecoin can have enough momentum to move violently against everything else. So hopefully we just, again, slowly grind up higher like this. This would be ideal. Full send once we clear 140. But yeah, guys, thanks Master for coming. Thanks for hanging out. Could be next week. I think high probability. I mean, all the short-term data that we have does not look that overheated as it did previous times when Litecoin was at these levels. So funding rates have come down quite a bit. They're at baseline, and open interest has moved down quite a lot. Still have this significant bid delta of 30,000 coins. We retraced much less in percent terms than back here. Pretty confident accumulation has been going on because of the sharp rise in on-balance volume. We don't have long-term holder on-chain data anymore, so we kind of have to rely on the technicals, but I think all the signs sort of point to a breakout either next week or... I really don't think this can consolidate much longer. Short-term timeframes are hard, but again, the main idea here is fundamental. I'm gonna be done. What do you want? You wanna go? Oh. Go live riding the subway. This is the week. After tomorrow, this next week, there'll be lots of IRL stuff. I was outside like the whole day today. But we'll be riding the subway together next week. Alright, thanks Inevitable for hanging out. I have 1040 subs. Let's see the sub count. I don't even know. Did we increase in subscribers? I guess so. It's moving slow, but yeah, it's at 1040 now. The chart looks bullish though. About to get the breakout. We need a few like influential accounts help, I think, but I know we're starting to see some signs. Even people within the Litecoin community, like the Litecoin account, or people like John Kim, Charlie, they can help out a bit. Hopefully. I mean, if they like it, they'll repost it. If it aligns with their stuff. Alright, my audio's like really acting weird now. Why do you have a crown and number? I don't know. I think it's from chat, like how many times you've chatted? I don't know how you YouTube live streams work. It gives you like a certain number of points. Master's at number 1. It says you have 150 XP that you, Master, and one other person. Alright, I give you the moderator status. Does that change? So now you have a wrench. Wrench. I don't know, this looks pretty bullish. Open is just dropping while price is like barely retracing and grinding higher. Had that ever happened previously when price was rallying? I guess here. There's a massive amount of leverage long though. Yeah. It's pretty sad. Man, I just... Politics is so crazy now. Like, if we didn't have so many financial problems, I feel like we'd be fine. Social media is gonna be a crazy place the next few years. Oh my god. It'll be crazy if we get this mania and then the subsequent crash that always follows. We've never had social media end stage empire situation. What's up, Wendell? Good to see you back here. Oh yeah, the guy in the Bronx. That's pretty close to me. I was scared last night because I went to a movie at like 11 and then we took the subway at like 1 a.m. And it was a bit weird. Yeah. Culture, this broader culture of like spectacle, I think is gonna die. It's gotten to the extremes. People are gonna have to find meaning again. Like meme coins. And literally the market training people to make the worst in like long-term investing decisions. The YouTube algorithm promoting literally just spectacle. I mean, like every major influencer of the last 5 years has risen on this spectacle type thing that people are all wanting to click on. Like even Jake Paul, Logan Paul, that speed guy. Seems like all of them rose the same way. So eventually people are gonna find what's valuable and what's not. Unfortunately, to do that, you usually go through a crisis. Alright guys, I'm just rambling on here. I don't know what else to do, so I'm gonna transition this to... Oh, Nick wants on? Nick is watching his sister or brother's kids. His siblings' children. I am going to be on a lot more when price action is more interesting. But I want to have... Maybe Nick can come on regularly. Tony the Bull, I think, is going to be on early next week. I think probably Tuesday at like 11 a.m. That's the time I told him. That works. So we gotta start lining him up. Aztec said he was down to come, but he's busy for a few weeks. Oh, okay. Come on, Nick. I'll send you the... Let me see if my audio is working, because it was like bugging out when I was... I don't know why this happens, but sometimes my audio freaks out when it has too many... Yeah, the Aztec guy is pretty cool. He's super cool actually. Alright, let me try to fix my audio real quick without restarting my computer, because that's what I had to do last time. See if this works. Oh, maybe it did. Alright. I'm gonna send you the link, Nick. Wait. I think this is it, yeah. And I figured out the echo thing, so we should be good. One sec. Well, I'm just switching to this temporarily, because I'm gonna do something on my computer. back to this. Tsunami alert, Pacific Ocean? Really? Nick's gotta watch out.
I knew you were at US.
Alright guys, just waiting for Nick here. See what he has to say. He's been really probably the best shorter term TA technical analyst that we've had on here. It's not working or it's now working? Did I send you the right one? Well, I'll try sending it again. I'm in this room. It shows me in here. I could try to create a new one. I don't know why we always have these random issues. You can hear audio? Oh, sorry, Oh, yeah, you're in here now. Let me add to scene. I can't hear you yet through here. Checking audio settings on your side. Maybe it works now. I don't know why I can't hear you. I can hear Master. It's not muted. Let me try adding to the scene and then maybe I can hear you. So weird because it like disconnected. Like Master couldn't hear me at the end, but it was working fine before. Let me change this. My stream is like the most annoying. Should join. But now we have your chart here. I just have no audio. Yeah. I have your screen, but I don't have the audio. Why? Why it was working fine. And you can hear me. I didn't change anything. Maybe I can just reload the room. I'm gonna try to reload this. See now, I'm in here again. So weird. Rick. Yeah, he's in here. Oh. I see. Maybe it's not you though, I don't know. This software has been, or this website has been weird. It shows that your iPhone microphone is the mic. On my side at least. Hey, honk honk, thanks for becoming a member to the channel. I will have some behind the scenes stuff for the members. Let's fucking go. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I gotta think of cool things to do once this stream builds momentum for people that support. I gotta pick up around my desk real quick while Nick figures this out. I don't know if it's him or me, or if it's none of us. I gotta throw away this trash. Honk, honk, honk. Since I haven't seen you in here before, how'd you find the channel, and have you had, or how'd you find Litecoin as well? I'm always interested because it's not talked about at all. And people always say it's hard to find my channel. Alright, let me check. Oh, did Nick leave and come back?
Something now.
Oh, there you go. I can hear you now.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Sorry. They're still here, but they're watching a movie, and I'm using my wife's AirPods.
Oh,
I think something popped up on her, and she didn't know. She was disabled on accident.
I see.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it came up with a new link, so I gotta add your new link in here. Oh, it's all good. So yeah, I got
Can you hear them?
Not really, just like faintly when they talk, but it's not distracting.
Ah, okay.
What are you up to tonight? You're watching is it your siblings?
It's my
kids?
wife's brother's kids.
Nice.
They're here watching a movie, yeah. Or they're at a work party.
Oh, okay.
And then, yeah.
Yeah, it's so much earlier. I forget it's like 9 p.m. where you're at.
Yeah, 9:12. It's not too late. It feels late, but it's not too late, yeah.
It's so different. It's like midnight here, but I'm used to it.
Yeah, well, how long have you been in New York?
Well, Puerto Rico time was the same. Well, half the year it's the same. So yeah.
Was the same as New York?
Yeah, it's like Atlantic Standard Time, so it like never has daylight savings time. So like half the year it's 1 hour ahead of New York, so it's 4 hours ahead of California, and then half the year it's like three hours ahead of California, and same as New York.
Oh, okay. All right, so you're pretty used to it. Wasn't a big transition for you.
Nope. So what are you thinking? What have you been up to the last few weeks? Have you been
Things were kind of slow at work for a bit, and then they got hectic. And then so like I'm working tomorrow, I might work Sunday. And then so it's gotten real busy, and then which is a good thing considering how slow it got. And it's just weird weather out in Southern California. We haven't had the summer. I mean, being in the HVAC business, we really depend on the heat in the summertime. You know, so it's been a tougher summer considering it hasn't been that hot. But we had like a streak of the last 2 weeks of like higher humidity out in Southern California.
Weird, yeah, because I remember previous summers, people were complaining about like AC not working and like power outages. Or
I had a power outage actually last week in the evenings, and it was horrible because we couldn't run the AC at night. So we opened the windows, but it doesn't do enough. So,
nice.
But yeah, overall, I don't know. I mean, Southern California is a pretty big place. So as far as power outages, we've only had that one.
Gotcha, yeah. Man, sometimes I wish I would have gone to California, but they're both cool. It's hard to decide.
It's tough. I've never been to New York. We're gonna go We're probably going next year because my wife's mom grew up in upper Woodstock, New York.
I see.
So yeah, we're gonna go visit there, and then I'll visit probably New York City and all that. But I've never been.
It's cool.
I've seen
It's so
enough of
different.
California.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Have you been to California?
Yeah, I've been there quite a few times. But there's
Did you
always just
ever?
pros and cons of.
Where'd you go when you were out in California?
Uh, my parents used to take me to San Diego.
Oh,
So I
okay.
started. I remember going there when I was 5 years old, and then we'd go there pretty frequently, like the Disneyland area, so like Los Angeles.
Oh, Anaheim. Yeah,
Yeah, Anaheim.
Orange County. I'm pretty close to. I'm like 45 minutes to Anaheim.
I see. Yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I've
My
gone there.
daughter's.
First time your daughter's what?
Sorry, my daughter was trying to draw on the chart.
Oh, maybe her
Really?
charting would be better than ours.
No. You guys all. It's hard because I understand you guys chart network activity, like you and Master, and I always have a hard time telling if you guys are like basically adding fractals and then adjusting the fractal to kind of fit
Oh,
what
Master
you
charts,
want.
yeah, are slightly different from my view, but a lot of his charts are like comparing Litecoin network activity to Bitcoin network activity, and then assuming kind of the same narrative or speculative
Reaction.
premium Bitcoin has right now. So like if Litecoin, based on Bitcoin's price today and network activity, he's like adjusting what Litecoin's price should be. But it's
Like catching up to the network activity and then the price adjusting to the valuation based on previous network
yeah, it's
usage or whatever.
yeah, it's based on like current total transactions versus Bitcoin's current total transactions, and then adjusting the price accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, to
But-
me, it's like the price targets and stuff is always like wild. Like I'm always watching it. Like there ain't no way
yeah, I
that
know.
any of that's happening. But at the same time, it's just like obviously anything can happen, and
Yeah,
no one knows the future.
yeah.
But every time I'm looking at that, I'm just like, I just can't fathom it. I mean, I would love it. I'd absolutely love it. I don't think I would ever be able to hold
Yeah,
for any of those prices unless I was willing to just be possibly a holder through the next bear, etc. You know?
for sure. Yeah, that's what's so hard. I don't. If it does do that, almost no one will make it. Almost none of the long-term holders will make it there. I see a different path for it to happen, but it's a total like reversal in the dominant narrative around Bitcoin today. And I think it can happen with Litecoin price momentum and with people kind of like backwards rationalizing and looking at network activity when they've ignored it for so long to try to justify why the price has gone up.
Right.
Or in like this mania where we get really high fee levels and Litecoin steals all of Bitcoin's market share. Because I know there's enough real monetary usage on BTC happening to pump Litecoin like 20-30x just from that alone without a speculative premium. But if it moves like that because of this sudden increase in the fee level of Bitcoin, I think the narrative would flip and then speculation would run rampant, and people would see it as like the next Bitcoin and do these relative valuation comparisons, say 0.25 targets on the LTC BTC ratio. But that's kind of like in a perfect world what happens. And
Have you ever looked at like the silver to gold ratio and kind of tracked that? Because
yeah,
I feel
but
like that best case scenario, to me, it would be more along the lines of something like that, like extreme lag. Maybe right now we see a big catch up. I feel like whatever we're about to see in silver in reaction to gold would give us a good clue of what we could expect, but I don't know if we could expect necessarily. I know Litecoin is basically 4-to-1 Bitcoin. I don't know if we can necessarily expect like a quarter of the valuation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, the way I interpret monetary history for gold and silver is that like it's very different from the relationship compared to like Bitcoin versus Litecoin. For me, and I think silver was demonetized long before gold was. And then throughout like our lifetimes and even before like our parents' lifetimes, gold maintained monetary dominance. People still traded in gold, but I think silver lost circulation, or lost its monetary status as like fiat currency became more dominant. And then it was just impossible for silver to ever really compete. And it's just been like this speculative market. Yeah, it's used in other things, but I think its monetary relevance is so much less significant and became less significant over time against gold because of the introduction of all this state money that dominated the world. And I think of Bitcoin and Litecoin as challenging that dominance. I think Litecoin's actually moving up in monetary dominance relative to Bitcoin, whereas silver was moving down throughout like the last 100 years. And I don't see that process changing, and I do know that there's a lot of network activity that can migrate. So I think it can be a lot different than the silver to gold trade. But we'll have to see it. I don't know. To me, if Bitcoin actually succeeds and becomes the money, and that's super long term, I think Litecoin does get to 0.25, because it's not a different money to me. It's the same exact thing, and silver and gold both scale a lot better than Bitcoin does. It doesn't cost more to use silver the more people that use it, or same with gold, but it does with Bitcoin. And to me, the better comparison is just another gold. It's like if there was gold 1 and gold 2. That's more
Right,
similar
it's the
to
more
Bitcoin and Litecoin.
speculative version of gold, where um, people expect it to catch up or get they'll watch the silver to gold ratio, and then they kind of expect it to catch up or reach a certain valuation compared to gold. I don't know if it really ever will. It's the same thing where I've been a bigger fan of silver for a long time
Yeah, just
and
because of
less
the
a fan of gold,
huge
where you
divergence.
expect to catch up, right?
Yeah.
Like
But
like a sudden rapid increase to kind of catch
and
up.
it kind of isn't it right now, or is gold still leading percentage wise? It seems like silver's about to break out of
Yeah,
this.
it looks similar to gold. I mean, gold had a massive cup and handle forever, and then it's just like extremely lagging. So it's basically doing the same pattern just behind it. And I mean, I don't know if the same could be said for Bitcoin, but is it too loud? Is my extra the the movie in the background too loud for the
Oh no,
mic?
I can't even hear it.
Oh, you can't hear it? Okay, good. All right, that's fine then. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what to expect. Like looking at gold and looking at silver, I expect like a long-term breakout, like macro breakout. I mean, like for example, looking at silver, I mean, when does this cup and handle start?
I don't know. It kind of looks
1980?
like an ascending triangle. Yeah, it's massive pattern. So
Yeah, and then it's gold. I just pulled gold. What do I have here? Oh, it's right at resistance, pretty much. Let's see. Okay. Gold was different, I guess. But in a way, it's pretty much similar to Litecoin, where gold basically had a similar pattern, but it was more ascending. And then same thing with Litecoin versus say Bitcoin. Pull up the thing I don't know on the chart. Oh look, you can see some of my daughter's charting here. Litecoin. But it's kind of the same way. Let's see, Litecoin's kind of been a big lag. It retraced more, but you could say it's kind of a similar pattern. Let's go to Bitcoin chart there. Let's try to get crypto. Similar deal where it's kind of been.
yeah,
Yeah, to me, I've always kind of I don't know, for years now I've kind of watched that because I think we've discussed it before, but that's kind of the narrative that I'm really
Yeah,
kind of looking for, like the boomer narrative to come in.
yeah, the psychology does affect the prices, and people will look at it like that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's kind of what's driving this market anyways, is massive.
Yeah, it really is. Because I mean, retail can only do so much, and then the market cap of retail that currently trades crypto is marginal compared to getting introduced to basically all the money involved with traditional financial markets.
Yeah, it's tiny, and they're all in like the super speculative stuff. The boomer money is the largest pool of capital, yeah, and it's more risk averse. So, but even a small allocation from that boomer money into Litecoin will pump the price, and
Yeah.
that will confirm the narrative. We can get some momentum.
Like this. But this is basically in a very ugly format of what I've been expecting for Bitcoin. It's been, I think it was down here where it was kind of doing a cup and handle, and I usually look for converging trend lines. It's something that I've looked at for a while now. It's
Yeah, and
basically,
it's worked pretty well.
yeah, I look for patterns that form in what I identify as important support and resistance levels. So, like for me, something I've basically been watching is this larger kind of, you call it like a rising wedge, basically. And something that I've actually looked for a long time too is basically a lot of what Bitcoin, not necessarily Litecoin, but a lot of what Bitcoin does before it has its major impulsive move that leads into a blow off is basically they're almost always rising wedges. And in Litecoin we got this rising wedge, and that's why I've been kind of expecting it to play out similarly. At least lately, that's been my read, and I haven't really messed with it because it's been okay so far. So for me, that can't be right, that wick. For me, I've been looking for a rise up to 119 around the area, based on this little head and shoulders that's kind of been converging in this little wedge-like pattern in between my support and resistances. I've been expecting 119, and then after 119, I've been expecting a pullback back down to say like 113. Basically, you can say to test the small neckline or whatever. But I don't really look at that. I look at like some price action now and patterns and stuff like that, but I don't look at them like necessarily like I don't put heavy weight to them. I kind of just use them as added confluence on something I'm looking to see, something that kind of already lines up with what I was expecting. But like earlier when I was in the chat, I was telling you how once we say hit 119 and then kind of come back, like the retracement I'm looking for, I don't know how alts are going to handle. That's something that I need to work on, because there's a lot of people that look at Bitcoin dominance and say like different others charts, like excluding Bitcoin and excluding ETH, and then they're able to get pretty good reads on that, and that's something I haven't put much time into that I need to. So I can't say I don't know how Litecoin's gonna. I don't know if that's gonna how. I guess basically it's less about Litecoin and less about Bitcoin and how ETH will react, because like say if you look at the different phases of the market, Bitcoin, then ETH, and large caps. So it'd be Bitcoin and ETH and Litecoin. I don't know how ETH will react once we retrace.
Yeah, I think
back down.
It will be interesting because it's like capital's rotating much faster. It seems like between points here. ETH was underloved for so long and then had this massive pump, and now it's right at like all-time high resistance levels, and you're about to have a bunch of other altcoin ETFs that kind of could steal this.
Yeah, you got it. It seems like primarily we have, I don't remember, it's Solana and Litecoin are the major ones that are pending like their last approval or denial, right?
Yeah, I think so. Litecoin, Solana, maybe XRP. But I think Litecoin's
And
the
what
first one, so maybe that's
it is,
enough
yeah.
to break through this resistance, even if like it could steal attention from Bitcoin too. I don't know. It's hard to know because I think we've been in a long accumulation range, and
Yeah, see, that's
something like
what's
that can push it. Then once it has momentum, I don't know what like if it gets a major high time frame breakout like XRP had.
right. Then yeah, I agree. It'll be
Should be
you'd want to
self-sustaining.
say it'd be a pretty rapid move to the upside, similar to XRP, but it's tough. This is where one of those things where it would pay you if you were trying to be the most wise in your expectations. You wouldn't expect Litecoin to break out like XRP. You would expect more of the, standard moves that it does, where it kind of pops between support and resistance. You wouldn't expect just that straight breakout, but that's kind of how it always is, and that's kind of what baits everyone on, is because they look at like the long-term chart for Litecoin and they'll compare it to like 2017, and they'll look for that impulsive massive move higher, and everyone's waiting on that, and then we just don't get it. So it's I like to say, if I'm being optimistic, I like to say, we're being conditioned to slowly sell when the time comes where we actually are about to get the move.
Well, I think based on 8 years, I mean, the only people that are expecting like a major 2017 like move it's a tiny percent of people. That's what makes me
I'd
more
say
bullish is it's like the Litecoin community people and some traders that have noticed it. Like Tony the
yeah, there's
Bull.
a handful of good traders, like say like Aztec, Tony the Bull, and there's a few other larger traders that have respect. I know Rickus, I know X-Force. I know there's a lot of guys that show respect to the long-term pattern and price action and the expected impulsive move when it comes. But for me, following it, I've been pretty much following Litecoin since 2021. It hasn't paid to expect it. You know what I mean? It's been a very good coin to trade, but it hasn't been a good coin to hold.
For sure.
Right. I mean, massive underperformance. Like, so for example, like right now with Litecoin, you can see it's right at resistance. Objectively looking at it, this is the time to take profit, and potentially, like, if you're looking to short, maybe it wicks up, but you're looking to short, you can short down to $90, and the chart's still bullish. So I don't see a move down to 90. For me, for what I've been following with Bitcoin, it's possible. But I'm more expecting, say, that chart I laid out earlier with Bitcoin, where say we pop up a little bit higher and then consolidate. But maybe we trade sideways now and alts play some catch up, and maybe Bitcoin runs back to 140, back up to the highs, and then retraces when Bitcoin has the retracement. I mean, that would be ideal compared to Bitcoin running an extra few thousand or whatever, and then Litecoin kind of lagging and then just retracing. I mean, that'd be not as bullish. So if I'm saying like best case scenario for what I expect out of Bitcoin, it would be Litecoin possibly running back towards the highs and then kind of doing some type of consolidation. So if I'm looking at this as some type of pattern, it'd be more expecting something like this. At least that would be ideal. And then even you can look at it from like a point of like sucking in too many people. A lot of people would buy the break, but a lot of people would chase and with the retracement off that and the retracement of Bitcoin, it should shake out a lot of the people that chase. So I'm not expecting like a vertical move or anything like that, but it is possible we go vertical temporarily back up towards resistance. But ultimately, I am expecting it to break out. Well, not break out. I guess they break out of this and hold the breakout and run back up towards, say, somewhere on the upper channel. So like a good, if I'm targeting an area of where I'd be like, if we do get the breakout with this next move when Bitcoin runs up to 140, I would say, let me make these white. I would say I'd be looking more at possibly, say, 240. Call it 240. Before seeing some resistance. But it all depends. I don't know if it just goes parabolic like it did in 2017.
Yeah, I just look at the, I don't know if you've seen this. I'll share my screen real quick. Maybe I can share it in this room. You probably have, and you probably don't give too much weight to this. Let me see if I can add my screen in this.
Does my screen is my screen inverted?
No, it's fine. On my side.
That's
It's
just the
fine.
chat?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, alright.
Like, I've been watching it normal. I don't know why it does that. I think Master had that issue too.
Yeah, I think for me to be able to see your screen, actually, I just can pull it up on my phone.
Oh yeah, it should be in the video room.
The video room shows it inverted though, or like backwards.
Does it show mine inverted?
I don't even see yours yet. I just see mine still backwards.
Oh really? It shows me in this room, and it shows my screen next to yours. Maybe, I don't know why you can't see it.
I could see your screen on YouTube now, but not on the video.
Okay. It'll be a little bit behind.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, looks good. Is it the monthly? 3 month?
That was the monthly, I think.
When is the 3 month close? Next month? This month?
This month, yeah. The end of the third.
It's pretty nice. If we get that move to 140, that's nice in the 3 month.
I've just noted every single outperforming headlining altcoin rallied late, like Dogecoin's was, and it was in this compressed range, like very similar type of structure to Litecoin. Easier to see it on the weekly chart.
Oh, the previous move with Doge. I know a lot of people were comparing.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been looking for this kind of move for a while.
Yeah. Just the structure to me, if you ignore the COVID wig, because the whole market went down a lot lower than before, but I think every outperforming altcoin had a similar, oops, it's too big, but the structure was just very similar. Like the price action of being in this low volatility range, while everything else is outperforming for multiple years. And then the more compression it had, I guess, had more upside, and it rallied after everything, but had this vertical move, and it was the same exact thing in XRP here in 2015 to 2017. It was like everything else in the tiny altcoin space at that time was outperforming. People were giving up on XRP before it finally broke through this area of resistance that held price.
That's the
for multiple
fractal?
years.
That's the XRP fractal overlay?
Yeah, this is just 2017 XRP, but it's the same type of structure that Doge had when nobody believed in it, and XRP had in 2017. So these are like the winners of this XRP is by far the biggest percentage gainer in 2017, 75,000% from the lows.
Yeah, I remember at one point I looked at that. I looked at the biggest gainers, and Litecoin was up there in 2016. But I think, like you said, XRP was the best. But Litecoin was, what was it, like third or?
It would have been pretty high. It was like 100x. But there were like Tron and Rayblox, Nano. Those all went like way beyond Litecoin in 2017. But it is similar, the price structure. Litecoin the last 3 years to Doge of 2021 and XRP of 2017, and the sentiment to me is similar.
Yeah, it's
And
true. I wasn't around in crypto then, to be fair though, so I didn't follow it.
I did follow XRP. I never bought it, but I did follow it. And then I went back and looked at Reddit comments here, and people were hoping it like doubled from the lows or tripled. They were hoping maybe like nobody believed it'd get back to all-time highs when it was down here, and then it rallied 900x from the lows. I just noticed because Litecoin is lower than it's been like over the last since its existence, basically, in terms of search interest. Even though crypto's like 100x bigger overall, there's more searchers interest in Litecoin in 2013, but it's
yeah, you know what's
relevance.
I guess you know what one of the things that holds me over, say if you're going to be negative, not you individually, but yeah, like the whole CT or the community being negative about Litecoin's disinterest overall is the institutional interest, and like the longevity and the safety and just the boomer love that I think it deserves. You know what I mean?
Well, it's so tiny. Like, it has a 8 billion. It's the tiniest altcoin that's going to get an ETF, and if it sees like tiny inflows because of long-term holder balances being so high, and the like float or circulating supply being relatively tiny, either held by people using it daily or just long-term speculators, I think it doesn't take much money at all to move it. But yeah,
I
mean,
wouldn't think so.
Like XRP started at $30 billion market cap before it rallied to all-time highs. 28 billion. I know 50% is locked, but still, that's multiples higher than where Litecoin's starting at right now. And it rallied off the lows. Litecoin's like compressing to me off the highs, and each retracement has been less substantial. Like these were 30-40% retracements. I don't know. To me, it looks stronger than it did back here.
Litecoin?
Yeah, like in this range where it was dropping 30%, and it was rallying like vertically off of the lows here. It just, to me, I don't like that because it seems way harder to break the previous high if it's rallying straight into it. Whereas if this compresses up underneath and continues to grind higher, I do think the odds increase of impulse. I think
it's wise, like you said just now, about going up against that and then retracing a bit, versus expecting just a vertical move right now.
Yeah, I honestly think what's more bullish is if it just chops and grinds up into this resistance. That's what Doge did. That's what XRP did in Doge in 2020, late 2020, early 2021. It's the same thing. Like this was the previous high, and it was compressing underneath this. It got rejected, but the retracement was so much smaller than back here when it first tested. Just kind of like Litecoin, right? This looks so similar to me, and I know that, or I have high confidence that Litecoin's been in this long-term accumulation, and long-term holders have been scooping up these coins. They're not interested in selling them, whether you look at on-chain data or on-balance volume.
I agree. It's pretty much accumulation or bust.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or it's dead. There's no other, basically. I mean, I guess the fear for a lot of these coins that haven't performed yet this cycle would be like Bitcoin tops out relatively soon, and then the best we get out of all Litecoin and some of these say what a lot of people think were heavily accumulated or currently heavily accumulated coins would be that they just never got the time. It was just like a delayed move into the end of the bull market for Bitcoin. And we just got that move up to the highs or whatever, and then retracement. I'd say that's the biggest, personally for me, that's my biggest fear with the percentage of my portfolio that's in Litecoin. But I mean, it's still a good move. But at the end of the day, I think I'm expecting a lot more. But am I expecting $30,000?
Yeah, no.
No, I'm not. But again, not to knock anyone's expectations, it's just
I think it's way more likely than anyone. I honestly, because of my long-term like macro view from the beginning of the cycle is that we were gonna have a blow off similar to 2017 or bigger, and equities are performing that way. They're performing better than they have in a long time. I think on percentage basis, probably by the time the cycle's done, it's more than 2017. It's like the end of a long-term credit cycle. Crypto has the narrative, or at least Bitcoin does, to attract a lot of that money to rotate out, and it seems like it is lining up for a blowout. So I think credible idea might be right. I don't know if you follow him very much, but if he's correct,
credible crypto.
Yeah.
What's his idea on that?
He thinks we're heading for a blow off as well, just based on his technical analysis.
Right. Yeah. He's basically. I mean, his timing's been horrendous, but
yeah.
I mean, so has majority of the people that have been expecting the blow off. So it's nothing bad, but I mean, I know as far as I think we discussed it before, the people that are particularly good with timing are expecting a extended cycle. They're not expecting the blow off.
Yeah.
And even I know Credible in particular really respects the Ichimoku guys, and I see him commenting on a lot of those guys' stuff. And for me, I'm not. I think I'd have to say what my primary is that we're not going to get a blow off into the end of the year or into Q1 or whatever. I'm kind of expecting more of the extended play, something like, I don't know if you follow like tech dev, something more like tech's expecting, or say Decode Jar. I think it might be an extended rally that goes for years, and that's where it's kind of like lines up more with what we've been seeing in regards to, say, for Litecoin or for a lot of crypto. It's been more of a trader's market, like swing trading, holding these midterm moves have been absolutely paying out big time. And the guys that have been flip-flopping, moving coin to coin, chasing returns, haven't been getting paid. And the guys that are holding these really suppressed, say accumulation kind of coins, a decent amount of these Dino coins haven't been getting paid either. And I think that's where it kind of turns into the extended market, where it kind of, to me, that would catch the most people off sides.
Yeah, I could see that. That is very possible.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, as far as like stocks, right? It's like, how much higher can stocks go? But at the same time, when you chart out stocks and say the SPX, we can have an extended blow off. Like, we've been in this massive rising wedge forever, and most of the rising wedges I've followed and what I've expected is for extended blow off on the rising wedge. I think everything can go a lot longer than what people expect. Like, maybe Trump gets his way and the Fed pivots and we get much lower rates, and housing and all these different hard assets continue to rise. And with that, maybe at the same time is where we get a lot of these commodities rising at the same time, and it maybe eventually one of them's going to have to give. But at the same time, it makes sense for majority of the crashes that we've had in the past. Everything gives in the moment, and so it does make sense for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. Gold is, I don't, all these other markets seem like they're rallying super hard. Gold, like it looks like it's going vertical on the high time frame chart. Silver looks like it's about to go vertical.
Yeah, and I don't understand. I know some people compare to the gold chart and say like, oh, once gold tops, then crypto rallies and etc.
I don't
And
think so.
yeah, maybe we do, maybe we don't. I've never really cared to put much weight into correlations, but
No, because
I'm not
gold's
going to
on
be
like
like
this super long-term cycle, and Bitcoin's
yeah.
existing within this much smaller speculative
And
mania
that's the thing.
phase.
That's the thing is everyone's watching the gold chart and calling everything out and expecting it. Hey Shay, don't do that, okay?
Yeah, if I don't understand the relationship between two assets, I don't give weight to it. It's like the copper gold thing.
Yeah, I have a buddy that I got into trading. He trades Forex. And when we chat, he's always telling me like, "Oh, this currency's doing this currency's doing that. I wouldn't do risk on because this currency has this relationship to assets and gold." And I'm just like, I just don't care. Like, none of it matters to me. And the thing is, I know someone. I've known him for a long time, and I know a lot of other people that follow all these different assets and the correlation and expect different things. And I know how often say I'm right and they're wrong in these different times. And I just learned not to put any weight to it. I just kind of learned to kind of like view charts the way I do. And like, for example, if I'm looking, it's different though, because with altcoins, say Litecoin, I can't put too much weight individually on the Litecoin chart. I know to put more weight on the Bitcoin chart, but I'm not necessarily putting more weight. Like there's not this further tier system where I'm like, oh, well, in front of Bitcoin, I'm putting SPX. In front of SPX, I'm monitoring the dollar. And everyone has their limitations, and for me, I'm not necessarily doing that. So as far as crypto goes, I do put Bitcoin up as more important, but I know at some point in the cycle, its relevance compared to or altcoins will be a lot more minimal than what it is. Like say when Bitcoin dominance finally crashes or whatever you have it. Because I don't necessarily. I know Bitcoin dominance is just a kind of like a tool, a measurement, and I can't in my mind put too much weight to Bitcoin dominance because I do believe at some point in this cycle, like I don't think all altcoins will rise, right? So like in relation to the measurement of Bitcoin versus all alts, we could have Litecoin and a lot of large caps running, but as far as Bitcoin dominance crashing in relation to them, like it may not happen to the extent that everyone hopes. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what that measurement lines up to.
For sure.
How many alts or how many large caps run and what percentage that actually dinks Bitcoin's dominance.
For sure.
It's kind of so to me it's just kind of like a slippery slope where I just kind of stick into my own edge, and for me, like I said, if I wanted to kind of improve on what I see as a way to get an edge or a way to get a signal for what to expect next in Litecoin in relation to Bitcoin, I think there's a higher edge in just watching. It's like, have you seen someone's? I don't really follow it, but I've seen other people post it, and I don't remember if it's others, and I don't know which others it is, but it might be excluding Bitcoin and ETH or just excluding Bitcoin. That it's like a massive cup and handle too, and it's kind of just rising up right up to that handle, all-time highs. And that's another long-term pattern, and it's kind of similar to what we see in silver, right? As far as that massive cup and handle, like a suppressed asset or whatever. So it's hard for me to be like in agreement to all these people that expect the blow off, because that would just be like alts barely push up and then retrace hard and then everything dumps, and that would be a really underwhelming result for what a lot of people are expecting when they're pulling up their price targets for their favorite altcoin. You know what I mean?
For sure. Yeah. I agree with you though. I think you have to stick with your own analysis and understanding. If I think about the only thing that helped me succeed throughout the time
On chain for you, right?
it was the on-chain stuff in 2021, and then nobody was buying like the grayscale products in the bear market. That's like the only thing where I bought the bottom and sold the top. It was like 1,000% gain, and it was my own, yeah, technical analysis was like weighted third, but I just saw discounted NAV was bullish on Litecoin for fundamental reasons, and I knew it was so illiquid in that market that it was likely to trade from a discount to a premium. And then I used technical analysis to get out and ended up with the 1,000% gain. But when I sold, everyone hated me and said they were doing the opposite. So it's like
that'll happen this cycle too if you do well.
Yeah,
you
in
know?
2021 it was the same with Bitcoin. I created the shorting the corn account in November of 21, and it was like literally getting kicked out of spaces. But I never. Technical analysis dominates this space. Like everyone gives way more credibility to it, but I've succeeded like using it third or fourth. I don't think my technical analysis skills are good at all, really. They're like probably average because I've never had the viewpoint that like it can really predict the future. I know some people do really well with it, but
you know what I think it comes down to is I'm still reading on the card. What it comes down to is just, for me, if I'm viewing it on how to find an edge, it comes down to measuring risk versus reward, but it also comes down to it's so hard because I can chart a chart many different ways and find support and resistance many different ways. The fact that sometimes I could have like little streaks where I can identify shorter time frame moves really well, and it's just kind of based on whatever technical analysis or whatever drawing I'm doing that I'm currently putting the most importance on. It kind of blows my mind because, like I said, when you chart things, I could chart things a million different ways and get different support and resistances. And you just know there's different players waiting at those different prices. I don't know. It comes. It kind of messes with my confidence at times because when you are kind of screwing up and kind of going through a tougher period of reading the markets, you just know whatever players on different levels have more importance to whatever you're viewing. Like, I think that's one of the biggest things. Like, if I could choose something to have a better read of what I find to be the most important thing, is it's like kind of knowing what level you're playing on, like knowing that say you're on a 1 hour chart and you're trading that and you're looking at those support and resistances and viewing those like they're the most important, but there's actually a monthly support and resistance that you're running into that's going to hold way more liquidity. That's the tough part. But for me, that's why I like technical analysis, because at the end of the day, it comes down to basically finding whatever support and resistance is going to hold the most weight, and that goes through a multitude. I mean, that's why, like, if I pull up my Bitcoin chart, it's ugly, and people will look at it like, how do you even trade that? But I know what I'm looking at. Like, for example, like, look at this. This is like this is where I've been pulling my read off. This is like what I've basically been showing the most importance on, and it's currently actually not any fibs. It's just a multitude of the different pitchforks from each cycle. And for me, this is currently what's holding the most weight. And I think I've said it in the past, it's actually, the pitchforks that I've seen the most weight currently. So for me, it's been more of a trending cycle, and it's been slow. It hasn't been like say past cycles where we broke all-time high and we absolutely ripped. It's been very slow. It's been very trending, and it kind of leans more towards like, why would we have this blow off top out of nowhere? Like, we broke all-time highs already. We didn't have the same reaction, the same timeline that most people expected. It's just been more trending, so that's why I kind of expect the same, and that's what's hard to expect, for me to expect Litecoin just to take off, you know, and then for me to pull a fractal up of a previous time. I just personally, I don't see it that way. Like, for me, I see it more as a pattern where I'm expecting more chop in the intermediate term, but I guess for me, like I said before, I kind of have to do my homework more and spend some more time charting others, charting Bitcoin dominance, to get a good read on when I expect Litecoin to move. I do expect Litecoin to eventually go, but as far as when, that's very tough. I mean, how many times have so many of us
Yeah, I've been wrong for like 2 years.
just drawing a straight line up, or like, this is it, it's about to happen, you know? For me, it's not so much beneficial, and I've just been more holding a certain a couple coins that I think are going to be the larger winners, and it's not. I'm either going to be trading the short-term moves, which would have been the most beneficial for me by far this cycle so far, or I'm just holding, which I've been doing, and just kind of waiting it out. And it seems like, for me, I think that the guys that are going to do the best this cycle are the guys that have been trading, say, basically on the weekly, or it's probably the swing traders. And those guys will probably continue to do well, because I don't expect any parabolic advances personally. I expect more of the same, of like, say, even with its Bitcoin here, the parabolic move is just a wave up, back up to, say, 150, 160, somewhere in that range. And what altcoins do in that time, I don't know. For me, with Litecoin, I'm hoping if we move up there, then Litecoin has a move at least up to what I said before, say like 240-ish. Best case scenario, it runs like an XRP-like move, where it runs into the previous highs or close to it, and consolidates a bit. But I think ultimately what the people that are drawing the line straight up, or want these extreme valuations, which I don't really see possible, at least in majority of the coins. Like, a lot of people saying like, oh, you could just buy anything and hold it. Like, I think that'll work to an extent, but I think as far as like the amount of money that we have left to go into the crypto market, and like who they are, which is, say, like Boomer Money, Fidelity, all these different major institutions and brokerages that are opening up liquidity to the markets, I think it's more of a slow grind higher. But that's also why I'm bullish on Litecoin, because I think if I'm looking for that kind of crowd, I am looking for the people that are, let's say, both our theories come to fruition, where it's Litecoin, or Bitcoin's, it gets too expensive to operate on Bitcoin and transact on Bitcoin, and people have to move on to Litecoin, and that causes that. But at the same time, the boomers are looking at the narrative of silver to gold. Litecoin is silver to Bitcoin's gold. And then they're calling for that 0.25 valuation. I think that's best case scenario, is we get a combo of that. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate your view. I know you're one of the people that's done well, at least on my timeline, been more accurate on the short-term moves. And I think everyone does have to think for themselves, come up with their own thing that works. Like, your charts, you say are messy, but you understand it. That's all that matters. And for me,
I think it's.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, so for me, I've always looked at it the same since I joined this space. I think my edge is understanding what specifically this value prop of this technology is, and then looking at the potential total market share it can get to over a certain time frame. And I know, like, I know almost everyone promoting BTC, like, I'm saying they're all wrong about either they're wrong in just promoting, either they're wrong in just haven't spent the time to really understand the technical side of Bitcoin and then overlay their macro worldview on it, or they know how it works and they just want to market their bags. But regardless, I'm confident that if Bitcoin is actually going to succeed and take up even a tiny portion of the world's market for money, it's going to work like this, scale horizontally. I said that when I was less confident in 2017, when nobody agreed with me, and I've seen it play out. So I have this long-term future total market cap potential for Litecoin equivalent to Bitcoin, because these two networks will 100% converge. I've studied enough monetary history to know that dominant monies emerge over a long period of time, and once a money has sufficient network effects, there's like no hope for competition. And I think Litecoin has a 10x lead over every proof of work competitor, and it's established that over a long period of time, and it's the market up for grabs that's sitting on Bitcoin right now, if the conditions align, will pump the price just organically from a fundamental strength. And regardless of if that happens short or long term, I know that's the future path. So I'm looking at this like from a assumption that the one assumption I'm making is Bitcoin actually kind of succeeds to some extent. It already is. People are using it for that reason. It's just in Western markets we don't really pay attention to it. But I'm imagining it happening on a greater scale. And and I know for sure too, the speculative market eventually gets to the truth. It might take decades, but eventually the market collectively finds out exactly what this stuff does and aligns their money accordingly. And it's so detached right now from reality that I'm just waiting until they figure it out as well. I think that's my edge. Is I'm pretty confident because I was the only one saying this would happen like 8 years ago, and it is. It's just nobody's paying attention. What could prove me wrong though is if Bitcoin just totally fails and it becomes this government money where we just pretend we're using Bitcoin and we have
I don't
like Bitcoin backed dollar or something.
I don't know. Like for me, I told you in the past, I think
Yeah.
like my theory or whatever on it, but
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's more like a ploy to for people to accept a digital dollar. Like that's been my point. I don't think we'll ever actually really use it as money. I don't ever expect us to actually use it as any type of money. Like people to be like, yeah, I just don't.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe
Today,
maybe
but to a decent extent, that's I think the only reason why we see growth in this long-term uptrend in Litecoin network activity, but maybe not Western countries. Yeah, it might not ever reach the level of adoption people want and hope for.
Yeah.
That's definitely possible.
I don't know. Yeah, I kind of look at it as like the best play for the next X amount of years, and then after that, just maybe like more of a period of like gold and silver, like it's the same kind of relation. Like people expect, people use gold or silver as an inflation hedge, and there's times where gold and silver will rally, but in a similar scenario, it's kind of weird. That say like the alt market cap or Litecoin or some of these other large cap coins all kind of have similar patterns where it's just like it's not a blow off top pattern. You know, it's like a
Mhm.
long-term accumulation phase pattern where we'll get years of growth.
Yeah,
And then
it's
from then on, you know, it's either like, hey, you know, that was just a ploy, you know, you don't need Bitcoin, you get the digital dollar, whatever, or like the government's using they're putting things on chain and they're basically trying to, or they have something in the works or plan to erase the deficit or these different things.
mhm.
But I don't, because it's like, to me, it's just like once they put like the dollar on blockchain or whatever, like what's the point? It just ends up becoming like a gold and silver relation to where like, oh yeah, we'll buy Bitcoin, but we'll buy it based on whatever cycle point of in the cycle we're at. And
Mhm.
certain coins are basically just like equities. And then when they're trying to put the whole stock market on chain, and change the whole way that the equity markets and all these assets trade, um, they, to me, it just will all kind of mesh in. Like, say, like Link and some of these RWA coins,
Mhm.
they'll just they have for sure have power and stuff. Hey, you mind if I pause real quick?
Yeah,
You
that's
mind
fine.
muting me?
Oh
Okay,
yeah, for
thanks.
sure. I'll mute Nick. He's muted. 13 real ones, Master. But yeah, that has what Nick's saying. It has been the case for a long time, and gold, even though gold and silver bugs like always advocated for ending the Federal Reserve or that gold and silver would pump, they were kind of in similar situations. It's good to question yourself. I just, I think at the margins, two things happen. One, inflation felt in the money becomes more extreme. And two, privacy technology along with the growth of the information-based economy allows for high-value individuals to opt out of the system with minimal risk. And so it's not like you're taking on super low values and like super low value users in third world countries, like in Africa, for example, that are going to be using Litecoin. Maybe they will, but I think it's the high value people, the highest paid economic actors of the future will be demanding crypto and not paying taxes. Or at least the inflation tax, or maybe tax altogether. Those are the people that will drive the most value into whatever network they participate in. But that will take like 5 to 10 years. But yeah, we'll see. It's crazy times. I just think the world is kind of. We've already seen the political stuff going on. And financial conditions haven't even deteriorated much, and people are already wanting to kill each other. I don't think it gets better. I think it's a lot worse. And then crypto's use case, or Bitcoin's, becomes more relevant psychologically. So we'll see. But yeah, gold. The metals are interesting to me. I wish we had data on like speculative demand versus real demand. Similar in crypto, which was easier to identify. I'm sure in these other countries that have had higher inflation than the US, probably have seen a resurgence in monetization of gold and silver. I know in like India and Asia that's happening, and that's leading to, it's part of the reason why price is breaking out. But then there's a huge amount of speculative demand from like boomer money. It's pushing up prices, and once the trend breaks out, everyone wants to buy it. We'll see. Nick could be right. Maybe we grind around. I don't think so, but nobody knows for sure. Dude. Oh, no, I can't hear you. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I looked away. I was just waiting to hear your voice again. Let me... Oh, shit, sorry. Yeah, I muted you, and then I forgot to unmute you. I should be able to hear you now. If you talk. I forgot, like... My bad. Hello? Hello? Oh, what the heck? Yeah. It says you're not muted now. That's weird. All I did was click mute when you walked away. And then... I just unmuted you. I didn't click anything else. And we asked her... Reconnect mic? Maybe no?
I can hear you.
I hear something, no. Yeah,
Oh, you can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. All right. I was saying here, Bailey, close that real quick. Um, I'm gonna help. I moved my daughter's mattress into the living room so everyone could watch TV, and they just took off. So I'm gonna move everything back in and get my daughter to sleep. But
Oh,
thanks,
okay.
yeah, thanks for having me on.
Oh, yeah, for
Next
sure.
time, yeah,
Thanks
she's
for
gonna.
coming.
Okay, yeah, but next time when I come on, I'll do some of that homework stuff that I was telling you about, like to try to get a better idea of when we can expect Litecoin or altcoins to move, or Bitcoin dominance, because that's something I know I've needed to work on that I haven't. I've just kind of been lazy on and
Yeah,
busy with other things.
yeah,
But
that'd be super interesting.
yeah, but I'll do some, like I said, I'll do some homework and I'll come on and hopefully I'll have something more than just like my generic read of what I've been expecting.
Okay, yeah, sounds cool. Thanks for coming though, and yeah, come on whenever you are available and I'm online, you can come in here. Always appreciate your insight because you've been more right than me in terms of price direction short term.
Yeah,
So,
so for whatever reason, short term I'm usually a lot more accurate. I mean, long term I've been accurate this cycle or whatever, but at a certain point, the timing I was off on like everyone, and then the timing broke, and then I lost some confidence, and then I've been kind of in the same boat. A lot of people have been kind of like waiting for that breakout that hasn't quite come, and then I think it would be kind of ignorant for me to expect it without kind of having a deeper understanding,
yeah,
excuse me,
for
of
sure.
Bitcoin dominance and others dominance and the different market caps. But I'll put some work in, and when I have something for you, I'll message you and I'll try to pop on.
All right, sweet. Sounds good. Thanks. What
All right,
happened?
thanks, man.
All right,
Thanks,
yeah.
thanks for. I don't know if anyone's watching, but thanks for everyone watching, and
Yeah.
it was fun. It's
Yeah, for
always
sure.
enjoyable coming on.
All right, appreciate it. Have a good night. I'll
All
talk
right,
to
man.
you
You too.
later.
Talk to you later. Bye.
See ya. All right, cool guys. I'm gonna transition the stream somewhere else. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'll keep this on. What's up, Jacob? It was a good chat. It's a good reminder to think for yourself because everyone has different views, and I think the people who perform the best are the ones that have either their own trading system or own brain specific understanding. Um, that's what it takes, I think, to win. Keep the chart on like this. Well, maybe I can pull up the chart and like add a. Because I might have to use my computer. I'm gonna figure out a way to do it tomorrow, maybe. Because I'll have to add an overlay for the price chart while I'm gone. Because I can't use my computer if I just keep it on my screen. But I can get an overlay that shows the same thing. And then have like a split screen window with mainly the chart and then a little video on the side. We'll do that. Alright guys, have a good night. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday, right? Oh no, tomorrow's Saturday, but it's technically already Saturday for me. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Probably not much until Sunday. Alright guys, I'm gonna switch this to something else. Hey John Kim, what's up? Yeah, we were just staring. Well, we were talking to Master first and then to Nick. And now I'm just trying to figure out what to play overnight. I'll actually play this, the ghost chain thing I have since John's here. Are you ready, John? Play this. I had this for Litecoin's birthday and it's Halloween theme.
Where'd he go? Wasn't he done? It died, bro. It's over.
Like
Wait.
this Litecoin breakout like a party.
I was buried, mocked, memed, forgotten. They said I was too slow, too old, too cheap to chase. But time moves different when your blocks still breathe. You didn't see me, didn't need me, but you will. Oh, you will. Ghost chain.
They said I was a clone, a copy without a crown. But I got the same bones, just no one wrote me down.
Still here, frightening. The ghosts they left is lightning. While they dance with smoke and hype, I kept my rhythm tight. Now they're whispering my name, but I already changed the game. You praise the chain with fees, but mock the one that frees. We move the same blocks, but I don't sell dreams. Same code, no cloud, same weight, less shout. You bow to the brand I built without.
Dead chain, huh?
Funny.
I'm still dancing.
Dead chain. Dead chain. Dead chain. Still swinging, still swinging. You missed the block, missed the block. Tick tock, tick tock. Dead chains, dead chains, dead That change, that change, that change, don't need hype when you got up time. That change, that change, that change, 12 years, no sleep. That change, that change, you just tweet, left for dead, but I got rhythm. No devs, nah, no drama. You chase trends, I make time.
Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove. Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove. Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove. Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove.
You never understood the beat. Block by block, tick by tick, I haunt this chain. You made me sick, but now I'm live, and you're late. Block, 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 block. That chain just go, that chain just go, that chain just that chain is that chain is that chain is that. Still alive, still here, still moving. This is the proof of groove.
No flash in the pan, we burn slow. No chart can tell you what we know. Every block, every beat, this is so on repeat. You can't fake this rhythm, can't bottle this light. We don't chase the moment, we move through the night. No need to prove, we got proof of groove. Proof of groove. Flicker the chain, glow in the floor. Been through the dark, we're back for more. Not a flash with a fuse, ain't no hype, it's the muse. Can't fake soul, can't mute true. You can't chart this feeling, can't trade this love. We don't follow the trend, we are the groove. You can't fake this rhythm, can't bottle this light. We don't chase the moment, we move through the night. No need to prove, we got proof of groove. Proof of groove. Proof of groove. Proof of groove. Still alive, still moving. This is the proof of groove.
I've always liked Litecoin.
Yeah, I tweeted about it in 2017. It's basically Bitcoin, right? They called it ghost, said it was toast. Called it slow, a boomer's post. Now it's running, now it's hot. Funny how that memory rots. They said no devs, they said it's dead. But now they tweeting what we said. Screenshots gone, takes erased. Now they want that silver taste. Gaslight, gatekeep, ghost chain glow. You can fake roots, but they still show. Flip flop fast when the price says go. But we been here, thought you should know. Gaslight, gatekeep, ghost chain burn. First they laugh, now they ignored the beams. Now the truth's too loud to miss, and you're pretending this was bliss. You like what coins? Since when, bro? You said like coins just for show. Now it moves and you repost like you sit in front row close. They get corrupted, then gaslit. Now the chain goes through their script. You don't hold, you just flip. We don't need you in the clip. Gaslight, gatekeep, ghost chain rise. We stayed low, now touch the skies. You missed out, now switch your stance now. This ain't your second dance. Gaslight, gatekeep, we don't chase. Whole chain built on quiet grace. While you spin your viral bit, we just hold and never quit. Always said Litecoin was underrated. It was obvious. Wait, what's my password again? They said it couldn't happen. Now they don't know what they're seeing. Every chart I watch said truth. Not hopium, just deeper roots. While they chased the trending lies, I held the chain they never tried. Now the shift begins to show, and they all ask, how could this grow? They missed the math, ignored the spine. Now they're shocked it's flipping time. Is this real? No way it flips. Wait, is Litecoin back? This can't be it. Flipping everything that's not supposed to win. Flipping everything. This wasn't in the spin. Flipping everything. The chart must be broken, but I knew the moment the silence was golden. Golden, 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 golden. They built their castles out of noise, while I stack coins, not shiny toys. They called it dead, they called me late, but missed the chain that mirrors fate. The second genesis, the code aligned. Same creator, same design. It always lived beneath their nose. Now disbelief is all they know. The second Bitcoin never left, it just didn't beg for spotlight breath. Now price obeys what time delayed, and they can't grasp what's underway. Flipping everything, but not by hype. Flipping everything, by function, by right. Flipping everything. The market forgot that truth doesn't care what bags you bought. Flipping everything. They never saw it, but it was always here.
Should've kept the key. You let go too soon. Now ghosts of your games dance under the moon.
You checked the price, then checked again. Too late now, they still hold you down.
You hit sell, thought you were slick. Caught a pump, but missed the kick. While it's still on chain untouched. While you scroll charts, feeling crushed. They haunt you, 20 coins back then. Not worth enough to buy a Benz. But you needed rent, some shoes, a thrill.
And now that wallet's laughing still.
Ghost wallets, floating free. Held the line, unlike you. So fast, felt like the wind. Now you watch their value grin. Should've kept the keys, let it breathe. Now that goes, won't let you leave. Saw that candle, took the bait. Should've known it was just fate. Now it's 5 years on the chain, and that wallet's still the same. You check the TX, still no move. Each unspent coin, a perfect groove. A silent flex, a quiet burn. A lesson you refused to learn.
You hit sell,
They didn't,
you had doubt.
they had rhythm.
You chase now,
They waited.
who looks foolish now?
Ghost wallets,
Still alive.
holding tight while you survive. You let go, they stay calm. Now they're sipping ghost dawn. Very young, should've kept the keys, let it ride. Now you hear that haunting pride. They never sold, but you did. 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 They never sold, but you did.
You feel that? That's it. The one we've been riding for years. It's moving. Silver flash, straight and clean. Cut the noise, cut the mean. Let's light that in.
They say you style with no roots, we build with rhythm and truth. Their culture's plastic, our callous hands and dusty boots. Not chasing fame, we laying frames, foundations in the dirt, where real ones rise and hollow trends get torn apart and burned. Backed by soul, not hype, built on truth, not tight. Moving slow, but right. This actually is the future in our sight. Backed by soul, not hype, built on truth, not tight. Moving slow, but right. This actually is the future in our sight. They call collapse a cycle, but this ain't nature, it's fraud. A system built on empty posts and GM sent by bots. But we don't need applause, we got code, we got cars. We the builders digging deep while they perform for empty gods. Fake don't last, noise fades fast, but soul outlives it. They market momentum, we live commitment, principle, rhythm, breath. That's the currency we hold. We don't follow charts, we write the scroll. Backed by soul, not hype, built on truth, not tight, moving slow, but right. This actually is the future in our sight, Backed by soul, not hype, built on truth, not tight, moving slow, but right. This is future in our sight,
You had your chance. Sorry, not sorry. Not sorry.
I held you, love. I waited. You built. I stayed. You sold. I watched. You scroll. You said it's straight. You said I'm wrong. Now you're back, like nothing's gone. You had your chance. You had your shot. You changed your mind. I did not. You had your chance. You made your play. I stayed the course. You had your chance. You saw the signs, now you want it. After the climb, you had your chance. It's plain to see. You chose the noise, I chose belief.
You had your chance. Sorry, not sorry.
We don't forget. We just move forward. You had your chance.
Sorry, not sorry.
They said, Ghost Chain, mid, still alive. Nah, you just couldn't stand alone. Didn't trend, I must be dead. Didn't moon, I lost the thread. Y'all follow charts like prophets. I watched the prophet leave instead. Let the hype rot, let the bags fill. You were max confident, I was max still. Y'all have to fit in, didn't know I just felt right. Mocked by pace, my name, my face, while I'm after the pain point price. Didn't need spotlight, didn't chase clout. Just waited till the noise got loud. Then pulled the power when the lights went out. I let them cook, then I cooked them. 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 Now they call it conviction, now they quote old tweets. But back when I whispered truth, they only heard defeat. So I said nothing, let the doubt bloom. Wait until they all agreed, then I cleared the room. Then I cleared the room. Then I cleared the room.
Where'd he go? Wasn't he done? It died, bro. It's over. Wait.